Good evening. I'm going to call this planning board meeting to order at 7 p.m. on November 17th, 2025. This meeting is being conducted via Zoom. Per usual, you can access this meeting via our planning board agenda. And the agenda has also a simple call-in number too, if you'd like to use it via phone and not accessing it via computer. So I know that we have a quorum right now. I think we are still waiting on another member. But just as I see you, I'll take roll call. Rich Gizzardi.
Gizzardi present.
Thank you. Chris Dowdy.
Dowdy present. I think I just saw Cindy join.
And I just saw Cindy pop in. Cindy Markowitz. Cindy Markowitz. Oh, I saw a thumbs up. Share. There you go. Hi, Cindy.
Yeah, sorry, didn't have any audio. Sorry. Thank you.
No worries. And we're present. Terrific. Okay, so it's 7:01 right now. So I'm going to invite the public to raise their hands if they'd like to make any comments on items that are not listed on the agenda currently. So if you have a comment not related to any of the agenda topics, please raise your hand and I'll call upon you. If you can't raise your hand via the function on the computer, then on Zoom, then you can *9 on your phone too. Kathy Vorse, if you could unmute Kathy and please give your name and address.
Kathleen Vorse, 555 Liberty Square Road. I wanted to address the board. I was at the town hall as I've been back and forth meeting with Jim Gareffi about the ADU business and details of getting that to happen. And I bumped into Alec. And just in a brief conversation, we didn't have time, either of us, to pursue it. He had mentioned that he was aware that towns have been able to, or at least one town of his knowledge, was able to modify their ADU so that it was not in strict compliance with the state. And I will tell you that wording of lesser of 900 feet or 1/2 the dwelling is problematic for me. I would love to know whether we would be able to revive our own version of the bylaw, which we had worked on. I don't know whether it would necessitate a special permit or we could just make that a substitute, but I would certainly like to see the town of Boxborough liberalize it from what the state has done. Now, in support of that, I would also say that one of the things Jim Gareffi mentioned to me was that even on the Board of Health, they have been given greater liberality. Boxborough made a bold statement and has adhered to it for years. We will not accept restrictive agreements as substitutes for compliance. Jim said they are now being told to accept restrictive agreements, which is to say, if the property owner signs an agreement, has it recorded at the Registry of Deeds that they will not increase the number of bedrooms, then they can proceed. Under the most recent regulations, based on a formula, they might be telling you had to enlarge your field to admit the possibility of total build out of the number of rooms that your square footage would permit. So the trend seems to be going in being more liberal in order to encourage more housing possibilities. And I wanted to bring it up to the board to see if we could do that. Poor voters will feel like they're going through whiplash with the number of changes on this specific topic, but that's my request.
Thank you, Kathy. Alec, I saw your hand up for a bit there.
Yeah, thanks, Rebecca. I just wanted to help add some character there. So as you heard Kathy mention, I'm aware because I assisted in drafting it of at least one town but it's my understanding multiple towns have now passed ADU bylaws that are in excess of 900 square feet by right. The case that's been made to the Attorney General successfully is that in this instance, increasing the threshold above 900 square feet is actually being less restrictive than the state standard, which, as we're all aware from other bylaws we passed, you can always be less restrictive, but you can't be more restrictive, or at least that's often the case. The Attorney General has accepted that case in some instances, noting that there might be conflicts with building code if you go over 1,000 square feet. So, for example, those additions might be subject to the newest form of building code, including energy code, just given the size of the renovation, remodel, or addition. But that's for the buyer or the renovator to be aware in that instance. What I'll also note is that on at least 3 separate occasions, our building commissioner has communicated with individuals who are interested in accessory dwelling units on their property. Ultimately, in each of those 3 instances, those individuals chose not to pursue the project because the 900 square feet was a prohibitive threshold for them. In cases where they were looking to rent, the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. In cases where they were looking to renovate their home, potentially for a loved one, it just really wasn't practical. They'd really have to carve up some rooms. It would potentially make the remodel more costly. And so we have some instances where the 900 square feet threshold has been challenging to overcome. I've asked the building department in anticipation of this, and Kathy has separately communicated with me that this is something of interest to her. I've asked the building department to start documenting in detail each of these proposals and instances as we get roughly 1 a month. So we'll start collecting the data. We'll be prepared to report back on those instances should the board wish to pursue this further.
Thanks, Alec. Rich, go ahead.
Yeah, just real quickly, thank you, Rebecca. So Kathy, you've been pretty, this has pretty much been your project, right, for a couple of years on the planning board, maybe 3 years. So, and maybe Alec just commented on it, but from your perspective, what would the right recommendation be? It's something more than 900 feet? Is it 1,000 square feet? Is it, because Alec, what you just said kind of helps me, right? Because I was thinking originally when we were doing this, we were going down the path of, well, we could do one part by right, and then we could do an additive element by special permit, but it sounds like that wouldn't even be needed when it comes to square footage. So I guess my question is, what would be a good compromise there? If you have.
Yeah, so I've seen it. I've seen it a couple different ways. The state threshold or the state statute has always envisioned potentially a special permit as a component of this, whether that's to allow additional units, or in some cases, I'd imagine a town could allow a greater size by a special permit. And as I said, in my own instance that I'm personally aware of, the threshold was 1,000 square feet by right. But I think the town has a lot of discretion if they want to explore that threshold by right. The special permit certainly gives you some extra layer of protection or assurance if you're considering how to sell this to the voters and taxpayers. But I think but in my opinion, it feels like there's a little more wiggle room by right. And then if you wanted to go further, you could go with a special permit option, or if you wanted to allow a second or additional ADU, you could do that by special permit. We have yet to see, or at least in my experience, I've yet to see the Attorney General strike down a bylaw because of too large a threshold, though I imagine you could find a number that they might say it's not in keeping with the spirit of the law.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I know it's not on the agenda. It's a good comment. But given that there were multiple residents knocking on the door and finding that the current bylaw is too prohibitive, it's something we should address personally. But anyway, I know it's not.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's okay, Rich. I mean, it's a great topic, and it sounds like we need to revisit it at some point. But I would like to probably shift gears at this point. I would love Kathy and to kind of make a suggestion if you want to write something to the board about a suggested square footage or some input. That'd be fantastic. And Alec, it's great that you guys are collecting added info from other residents of the town too. I think we can use that when the time comes to just discuss this further. Does it make sense? All right, awesome. Any other public comment at this time? Okay, I'm hearing none. So it's 7:09. So we're going to reopen the public hearing for 984 and 996. Massachusetts Avenue. and 38 Sarah's Way site plan review and stormwater management plan permit in accordance with MGL Chapter 40A and Boxborough zoning bylaw 2.5 site plan approval and the Boxborough stormwater bylaw. The Boxborough Planning Board will hold a public hearing to review the application submitted by Level Design Group LLC on behalf of the applicant, 894 Massachusetts Avenue LLC, for a proposed landscape contractor yard. Nick, I think I saw you. I'm just looking for, okay, and Attorney Robertson, I see you as well. Does somebody want to make a small presentation to the board? Looks like Paul Robinson is trying to speak. And muting him.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. And thank you very much to the Planning Board as well for the site visit. We hope that was constructive in being able to answer some of the questions. I will let Nick speak in a moment. He's eager to do so. And my client is also here as well. I did need to comment on a couple of things. At the same time that we're proceeding here with the planning board applications, there's also a lawsuit going on, and there were some affidavits that have been filed in that case just last week concerning some aspects of the property that I thought it was very important that the client respond to those. There's one statement in one of the affidavits that when one of the abutters purchased their property in 2020, that it was dormant and overgrown with no signs of any active business. But yet there's another affidavit from the town planner himself with photographs from that March of 2020, which shows logs stored in the site, some 15 different vehicles there, as well as the neighboring property also had more than 30 vehicles. So it was clear that this particular purchaser, the closest abutter, purchased with knowledge that this was an ongoing commercial site, industrial site. In fact, it had been used for some 40 years without interruption by the previous owner for that use. There was a second statement that the chipper is so loud that it's not possible to have a conversation on the abutting property. And I hope the planning board saw from this week that that's simply not accurate, that, the chipper that's been used here, and we now have the sound records, the loudest sound from the industrial chipper that the client has purchased was actually less than the highest wind speed, the wind sound that was recording. That was 81 decibels. And the highest recording I have for the industrial chipper was 84. So it was about close to what the highest wind speed was. But it's simply not accurate. Some of the hyperbole here to say it's not possible to have a conversation is not accurate. But finally, yes.
Just a moment. I'm so sorry. Is this in regard to the permit in hand, the application in hand, or this sounds like this is regarding a litigation that is not this hearing that we're here to listen to at this point? So
thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll just finish up quickly because the request is that the planning board impose limited hours of operation and specifically designated days and hours during which the applicant's grinder can be operated. And I just wanted to open by saying that the applicant has repeatedly tried to stay in touch with those neighbors concerned to do so. So one of the issues here was the level of noise and the limitations. And because the litigation is seeking to impose these limitations and making requests to the planning board, again, it was important to have these addressed prior to the start.
Okay, I think moving forward, I'd love to keep our focus on this application before us. I think the planning board is keeping that as a very separate matter altogether. So I just want to stay on topic with this permit before us. Okay, the application before us. Nick, did you want to present to the board?
Sure. So for the record, Nick Fastendola, Level Design Group. We recently submitted some revised site plans, revised stormwater management report, detailed comment response letter to the comments provided by Places Engineering, and a associated request for a few waivers that were recommended that we apply for through the Places review. I can go through some of the site plan changes that have occurred. I know they were submitted a little bit late in the game, and I apologize for that. So I understand if the board hasn't had a full chance to review the plans, and if Sue hasn't had a chance to go through the full comment response. But I'll go through and just highlight a few of the major changes that were made in addressing some of the initial comments that were raised.
That's great, Nick. Go ahead and feel free to share your screen, and
Okay.
hopefully he can be made host so he can do that.
Yeah, Dave, real quick, if you could promote Nick Fasandola, Paul Robertson, Adam J. Costa, and Sue Carter to co-host, that'd be great. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, what was the last one? Go through those names.
Nick Fasandola,
Yep.
Adam Costa, Paul Robertson, and Sue Carter.
Okay. I think I am sharing my screen. Can everybody see that?
Not quite yet.
Not quite yet. You are co-host though, so you should be able to do so at your discretion.
There you go.
Okay. All right. So kind of moving through some of the major changes. I won't step through the letter item by item because I know, there hasn't been enough time for proper review of our full comment responses. So I'll just highlight some of the major items that we addressed in this recent modification to the submitted site plans. So updated cover. So locus map is now at a scale of 1 inch equals 200, which is one of the standard site plan requirements. Our layout plan. So based on site meetings had and discussions with the fire department, we've made some modifications to our site layout plan. Some of those being providing a dedicated access driveway around the backside of what we're calling the log pile, which is located here. So we have a note which references the applicable NFPA fire code when it comes to storing logs, and we're detailing a minimum of 20 foot wide access driveway. That could be wider, but it has to be a minimum of at least 20 feet. We're showing a 25-foot wide plus or minus length for the log pile. It was shown to be wider than that before, but in discussions with the site operator and making some measurements at the property, the average length of log it's not greater than 20 feet. So we feel that providing a width on the site plan of 25 feet is appropriate for kind of showing where the log stockpile will be. We modified the chipper pile location. Now, all these things are, subject to be minorly tweaked in the site as the chipping pile and the log piles do move, and they are worked and they're restocked and the logs are chipped. But, we wanted to make sure we noted that a required 30-foot wide access around the chip pile is required, and we also cited the applicable NFPA requirement for chip pile storage in this area here. We identified an area for storing containers. So these are essentially dumpsters, which they're not used for trash. They're used for the site operator to move chips or other wood products in from smaller residential properties where they can't get larger equipment into the yard. So they'll drop a 15-yard dumpster that's only used for moving of wood or chips from those certain jobs. And when those containers aren't in use, we're designating an area here for those containers to be stored in. Other than that, the site plan is primarily the same. We identified the concrete pad here for fueling of equipment. We showed a location for a portable toilet, which we're going to keep near the barn. It's currently over in this area here, but we figure having it closer to the barn on the concrete pad is a better location for the portable toilet. That pretty much, details the modifications to the general site layout. Now, with regard to, we also added at Rebecca's request a limit of disturbance line, and added that to the legend too. So this is the limit of disturbance associated with the entire project. It'd be this line here. It's noted in a few different places on the proposed site plan. Grading and utilities, there's really no major changes to our proposed stormwater management system. Generally the same, few small tweaks, engineering wise, that were detailed in the stormwater management report, but everything is still working generally the same. This area up here drains towards this catch basin, which drains to this infiltration basin here with an outflow and overflow going in this direction. The remainder of the site drains overland to swale, which then drains into a separate catch basin, which works its way down to a sediment forebay, and then that forebay goes into the infiltration basin. Not much as far as notable modifications here. There were changes to the stormwater management report and supporting calculations to address some of places' comments. And, I know Sue will comment on those, but I don't know if she's had enough time to properly review that, so we can address any of those questions later. Erosion and sediment controls, primarily the same as originally proposed. Perimeter controls, a few additional notes with regards to limit of disturbance line. We noted on here to extend erosion controls up to this existing tree line, as was shown with the permission of the existing property owner over here, just to make sure that we can capture any runoff or pollutants during the construction process, because this is a generally open area that's freely draining down to here. So we felt it was best to provide some additional protections during the construction. So we extended that line along the bottom to catch any runoff from this area right through here. Previously, that line ran up against the property line, which runs up through this area here. Landscape plan. So landscape plan is significantly different from what was originally proposed. We have a number of new plantings. We had this prepared by a registered landscape architect to address a lot of the comments that were provided. We can get into some detail, but substantial amount of shrubs and additional plantings to really fill in that understory area right around through here. In this area we're looking to restore, that was previously cleared and graded, and it was disturbed by the previous owner when they were looking to create a driveway out to Massachusetts Avenue. So substantial new plantings around the existing dwelling at the corner of the site by the proposed stormwater basin where it's a little bit open. So looking to provide some additional screening from Mass Ave through that area. A new little cluster of plantings up in this corner here as requested, and new plantings within this previously graded and disturbed driveway that was cut in by the current owner. So we still have the riprap slope, but we're providing a lot of evergreen plantings to kind of break up that riprap slope that'll be planted at the bottom of the riprap area. And we have plantings as detailed previously in this area where we're looking to close out that existing driveway off of Sarah's Way. So as you guys recall, being on site, there's 3 driveways onto Sarah's Way. Right here, this was one that provided access to the existing dwelling. That's going to be removed and landscaped and cleaned up in this area. We're going to maintain this existing driveway here, provide some improvements to that driveway, and then we're going to close this 3rd driveway here and provide additional plantings in this area. We prepared a small photometric plan with details of the proposed fixtures. As previously discussed, just some wall-mounted fixtures on the existing barn, security lighting. We're not looking to light up the whole site as previously discussed. So we can see here what we're proposing for minor site lighting. And that pretty much details the changes to the proposed site plans. As Paul had discussed, we did meet on site with the planning board, and we went over the areas of improvements at the property, and the site operator did run the chipper, and we did have some sound readings taken by Mr. Jim Gariffi from the Shoba Associated Boards of Health. He had the use of a state sound meter and took some readings at the property of the residential abutter, Ms. Dorfman. And that's essentially what has occurred from our previous hearing to today. So I know the board would likely like to discuss the site visit and the chipping demonstration that occurred. But first, I will open up to just general comments or questions about the revised site plans.
Thank you so much, Nick. I appreciate it. I know that Sue is here from Places. Maybe it makes sense to hear from you, Sue, about your extensive letter that was written. Can you?
Sure. I didn't realize the plans had come in last week until I looked at the package for tonight's meeting, so I apologize for that. However, Bill and I did look it over this afternoon. Briefly, it looks like a lot of my drainage concerns were addressed, and a lot of the other issues with this revised plans have been addressed. Bill gave me a quick rundown of his landscape comments. He said the plantings appear to be sufficiently dense with a variety of plant types to provide screening and some year-round interest, flowering, etc. He said some of the proposed trees are not native species. The use of non-native plants will provide variety to the screening, but are not necessary, as the goal in the screening is not landscape aesthetics. He also made a side comment that this is probably going to be a very expensive landscape plan. So you may want to look at that. But one of the things that I know is near and dear to especially Rebecca's heart on this site was the tree protection detail has been added to the plans, but none of the plants, including the landscape plan, depict trees to be protected. I know in previous plans we were really concerned about the large trees along the frontage of Mass Ave. And on previous plans, we had actually wanted them specifically called out with a protection plan. And I think we had fencing around them to protect them from a piece of equipment backing into them. So Bill reiterated that concern. And then we have 5 or 6 other comments that are more related to details that aren't really a big deal for the board's sake. The one comment I have is on the lighting plan. It didn't reflect the lighting on the existing house, and that's what flagged out that we needed to show lighting on the building. There's a light that you can see from Google Streets on the front of the house over the door. So I think that needs to be done. And one other comment that I'll be bringing up that I haven't gone through the regs to see what's required is, when I reviewed the plans initially, we still had that berm along the tree line, which it was a berm of, I believe it was material with wood chips over the top. That has since been removed, and when we were out on the site, I noted that it makes that whole site very visible from the abutting property. So I need to go back through and see specifically what the requirements are for a business use in this business district for screening from an adjacent residential property. I did not have time to do that this afternoon, but that is the direction I am heading on one of my concerns to see. I realized that the pile had to be removed because of the potential for a fire hazard and to meet the fire department fire code requirements. But it now has removed an important piece of screening, so I need to backtrack from that and make my comments relative to that. But otherwise, I read through Nick's letter and the waivers, and it seems to be in keeping with what I'd flagged out. As far as I got on the drainage, it looks like it's in good shape. I have not gone through the specifics, so that'll be after this meeting and to see if there are any other concerns.
That's great. Thank you very much, Sue. I appreciate your immediate feedback from that. All right. Shall we get some comments from board members at this moment? Alec, go ahead.
Sorry, Madam Chairperson, to cut in front of board member comments. I did just want to note the board did receive a piece of public comment via email through the planning board reporting form. That came in over the weekend, so it was only uploaded to your packet today. However, as written comment and as uploaded, it has been entered into the record.
Thank you, Alec. I saw that. Okay, board members, comment? I've got a handful, so who wants to go first? Go ahead, Cindy.
Yeah, I guess first, I think, Sue, you are going to formalize your comments that you just gave us in writing. Okay, just want to make sure we get those on record. And in regard to, so I'll lower my hand, the public comment letter, we also received, I believe, a verbal comment statement from the abutter, and I don't believe that we saw the written letter in our packet, so I thought that was going to be in our packet as well. So I assume, Alec, unless it's there in an earlier version, but I didn't see it as part of the correspondence. So that was just a couple of general comments. I did go through some of the sheets. I didn't get through everything. So I'm happy to kind of go through my review. Is that okay to do that now, Rebecca?
I think so. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sure they welcome hearing comments earlier than later.
Okay, so a couple of it, well, one really, really minor thing on sheet C1. I tried to do these in order, but I have a hard copy of the older version, but not a hard copy of the new version. So I just did what I could, but I don't think I don't think these are comprehensive, so I may have to go back. So the commercial building, I know they added labels to some of the things on sheet C1, but the label for the adjacent property owner, I think that the address should be 972, not 974 Mass Ave. That was on the building, I think on Sarah's Way there. Nick just spoke about the limited disturbance. I guess I'd like to, again, see that on screen and understand. Is that into the adjoining property owner's property? And if so, would it, I think it would make sense, or I would certainly ask for some sort of easement agreement. I know there was discussion of a gentleman's agreement, but I think for this application, there ought to be an easement agreement if the applicant intends to use any property beyond its own property boundaries. So that's just something I'll raise now, and we can certainly follow up. Sheet C2, this is kind of a big question for me. I looked at the zoning table, and maybe you can bring that up. The max coverage percentage number on that, maybe you can zoom in on that number, the max lot coverage. The applicant is showing 4.2% and proposed 9%. My understanding is that the gravel yard area ought to be included as part of the impervious surface calculation, and you've got different numbers in your stormwater application and your stormwater report, but by my calculations, currently including the gravel yard area, as proposed, you're going to have 60.8% lot coverage. So that appears to be an exceedance of what's allowed, not 9%. So I'm happy to discuss that further, but that is certainly a concern of mine that exceeds the required 50%. Let's see. Nick just reviewed the landscape plan. I really haven't studied this plan extensively, but I guess my question from the site visit, I thought there was going to be some sort of strip remaining for access, but it looked like from the landscape plan that whole up to the property line was going to be planted. So I just wanted clarification. Yeah, that strip there. Is there supposed to be room for access towards the back, or is it's fully planted right below where the riprap ends and between that and the property right there? Is that going to be fully planted, or is there supposed to be a strip for access? Let's see. I'll keep going. I mentioned the sheet C6, the photometric lighting plan. That just prompted me to ask what happens during operations after dark that are this time of year. Is the site going to have lighting beyond what you're proposing on the buildings there? Is the site going to be, is it operational, I guess, if there's just, dark sky lighting on the buildings, because it's a pretty big site. So I guess I'd like to understand that better. I'll keep going. Let's see. I started to look at the response letter to places. This question on our environmental standards. I know the applicant's discussing the mitigation of dust with potential watering. I did briefly take a quick look at the noise notes from Jim Gariffi, but I think it would behoove the applicant to have a formal noise impact assessment prepared. I was having trouble even interpreting Mr. Gariffi's notes. And again, I didn't study it at length, but I think it's going to be one of the very most important issues related to the site. So I would encourage the applicant to hire a certified noise consultant and have them prepare a formal noise impact study. Let's see. I did have questions for Sue in the stormwater report. I didn't understand the discrepancy between the soil testing and the response items that was on page 7 of the letter response to places. I also had questions for Sue about their response on item 10D, the catch basin on Mass Ave and Sarah's Way. They've indicated that's not under the planning board's purview. I wanted Sue's response on that because, again, it's coming down, the water's flowing down Sarah's Way. So if we don't have purview, how does that get accounted for if there's impact to Route 111? Let's see, what else? There are some other things in the stormwater report. There's, I think, a or maybe I didn't read it properly, but it looks like the references on page 4 to proximate properties. This is just under existing conditions that contain wetlands beyond 100 feet. I think the reference numbers for the properties were incorrect. One of them was 13-030, which I believe is correct. The other one was 13-06, which did not appear to be correct. So that might be just an error in the text. You might want to go back and fix that. Page 7 of Stormwater Standard 1 only identified one infiltration basin in the description. I thought there were supposed to be 2 basins, so that was another question. I did look back at the prior, we did have design point flow for the prior design on this, and there were big differences there. That's a question for Sue, I guess. But I know she's handling the drainage calculation, so I'll just let her review those and approve those as necessary. Page 8 is where I also found the discrepancy on the impervious post-development impervious area. Here it's described as 92,651 square feet. That comes out to 2.12 acres, whereas above in the stormwater application, the amount of impervious gravel yard plus proposed impervious comes up to 2.56 acres. So there's about 4.44 acre discrepancy there. I think Sue had already mentioned this, that this is not a higher potential pollution load, but I wanted confirmation of that given the type of refueling that's going to be occurring on site. I know they're not storing fuel on site, but I was a little bit concerned about that and whether that might trigger this being reviewed as having higher potential pollutant load in the stormwater calculations. There was also a lot area disturbance sketch on page 49 of the stormwater report, which I kind of would like to see up close. It looked odd to me, and I just wanted to see that more specifically. That's as far as I think I got at this point. There might be some other items as we go through, but that was my first round of comments.
Thanks, Cindy. Rich, go ahead. You're muted. There we go.
Thank you, Rebecca. So a couple things. So the log pile that was on the plan that I think was requested by the fire chief to have that set back so there'd be a safety access behind it. Did I understand, and maybe Sue, what you said, that has occurred? Has that change been made?
Rich, what I was referring to is there had been a large pile that it looked like it was wood chips all along the tree line down to on the southerly side of the property. Okay. And that berm was there the previous time I'd been there, and it has since been removed. That was one of the comments that the fire department made the first time we were there, and then when we walked it with the board members, it had been removed. It had been. Okay, so but that's unrelated to the location of the log pile, is that? Right. It's just when we were there with the fire department, he pointed out multiple areas where he has to have access entirely around any materials that could potentially be combustible. Right. Okay. And I apologize. I could not make the site walk. I had a work commitment that I couldn't extract myself from. So I apologize for that. So I'll have to take from you, Sue, or others who were there. If I need to arrange a separate visit, we can talk about that. But I guess the location of that pile, so we're doing a site plan now, but the fire chief has sort of provided input on a safety concern or hazard. Is that condition getting changed, or is it going to exist until this site plan? We go through this site plan? And maybe that's a question for Alec. Like I heard there was a fire chief concerned over the safety of the site. And yes, we should reflect that in a site plan, but does that condition exist today?
So the fire prevention officer has since gone back out to the site from the initial site visit that was conducted by myself, Sue, and other town officials. He noted at that time that a majority of their potential violations, if not all, had been corrected. However, the fire chief and the fire prevention officer have not seen this revision as of yet. So we'll be providing them this revision, asking them to double check it. It's my understanding that the site, if not entirely corrected, is in a significantly safer state than it was at the time of that site visit. But I have asked them to confirm incrementally, and they'll continue taking trips out from time to time to confirm that everything is in fact safe.
Okay. Yeah. So from my perspective as a planning board member, I kind of jotted down here, and I've gone through all the material and the updates. I'm kind of focused on four things: safety, which Alec, you just kind of addressed, at least from a fire perspective; noise, environmental / dust, and aesthetics. And that can tie into screening, yard layout, etc. So, Alec, you addressed the safety. On the noise, can someone summarize for me where we are? I know, Cindy, you talked about having an assessment done. I guess Jim Gareffi was out there. Where are we on noise? Do we have, and I think there was the applicant stated that we were, or maybe their attorney stated that they were at 85 on the large machine or the quiet machine. I don't know which machine, but like, what's the requirement and where are we on noise?
Madam Chairperson, would you like me to answer that item?
That's fine. I did not see any findings come in yet. Is that part of our packet?
So The extent to what the board's been provided as of yet is the field notes that Jim took the day of. Cindy did provide to us the standard format that she would look for a report to be provided in, and I'm communicating with Jim to get a more robust summary of findings and materials. So the only thing in your packet as of now, and I believe it was added earlier today, and then an email was blasted out to the board, is just a copy of those field notes. As you'll see, they're in handwriting, so they're not thorough. They don't provide summary or narrative to them. They just have the required details that Jim then needs to be able to report back, which his intent is to do so. The conditions on the site the day of were variable due to wind. We were having some whipping winds at the day of, so that did provide, unfortunately, a range, not exact measurements. Jim was very thorough, though, and he took several measurements throughout the course of the activity. However, it was noted to me by at least one attendee there might be some interest in seeing a sound study. So I would request that the board discuss that in depth tonight as to whether or not you feel that a full and thorough sound study is required, or if you'd prefer to just wait until Jim's report comes back in.
Yeah, my question is, Jim took some readings. The applicant cited 84 decibels. I'm just trying to understand what do we know? What facts do we have today from the Jim Gareffi summary, and what's the threshold?
Yeah, so that question, it really varies based on the resting sound level on the site. So that's a comparative question. The sound at the time of activity compared to what the baseline sound is. Jim has taken a couple other measurements on other days and times to establish a baseline when the conditions were better. Unfortunately, the baseline at the day of the conditions was a varying rate of 20 decibels in and of itself. So it did obstruct the results as a whole, which is why they were taken as ranges. But to answer that question more directly, it's not that it's a precise number. It's based on a baseline analysis, which just off of his field notes, I can't speak to whether or not it's in compliance.
So the field notes are useless. Is that a fair assessment?
I would not say they're useless. I would say they establish that there is a variable rate and change, but I can't speak to exactly what that level is, what that threshold is, and whether or not it constitutes a violation.
What is the threshold? Do we at least know what that is?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, so that's going to be a major thing. We got to get to the bottom of sound. And I'm sorry, I'm a little frustrated, but like, we have these notes from Jim, and I actually went and read them, and I thought we had something, and now I'm like hearing we don't really have anything. So, okay, so that's a little frustrating. Let's talk about, so I guess, and then my only other comment, I don't have a question, but on dust, so that was a windy day. Yes, I understand there's, the chipping happens on days when it's, maybe after rain or the conditions are better, but there is an active pile that's there. And when it was, and I wasn't there, okay, it was windy. Was there debris in the air? Anybody who was there?
Yes, there was dust flying in the air. Was there debris? I don't think there were.
Well, only during grinding. When there was wind during grinding, there was little, you don't get a pointer in your eye. But he did stress that a day like then, they would not be doing grinding because of the wind, knowing that it was everywhere.
All right. So so you can control the day, right? You can control the days you do the grinding based on the weather conditions. But I guess my other question or query is really, is there the potential with the exposed pile of chips that in a wind event or dry wind event that you'd have dust in, that'd be airborne, irrespective of whether you're chipping or not. So I think that that's something that we just have to understand and make sure that we is mitigated. And then you have the screening aspect. And I mean, I think the bylaw and the rules and regs on site plan are pretty clear about, the importance of screening and ensuring that environmental conditions, noise, sound, that the abutters are protected from all that. And so I'm going to be looking to see a pretty robust plan to make sure that that's the case. So anyway, I appreciate the updated drawing. That I think that helps me understand the site better and addresses some of the safety concerns. Thank you.
Thanks, Rich. Just because the question is on the table for the board right now, as far as a noise study, I have worked with some of these consultants before in my past, and they just know so much more about it than I could ever hope to. So I would, I know that sound kind of moves around depending on if there's a backdrop or whatnot. So I feel like maybe just being on site might not be the only place that someone might be interested in testing. So I would be in support of an actual noise study out here on this. And I'd like to hear how other board members might feel about that. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, that's something I wanted to speak to. So I wish it was a calm day when we were there, because then it would make it more obvious whether this was really necessary or not. But with the gusting wind, it really does make it hard to tell. There's clearly, just from Jim's notes, there is a, when it's calm versus when the louder grinder is going, there's a good 20-ish decibel swing. It'd be better to have it officially done, on a nice calm day when you have a clear differential from I think that's probably necessary. To have a clear answer. It does help in a sense that because there are two pieces of equipment, the newer, the green machine was definitely quieter than the big older blue one. So I don't know how we would necessarily do that or make a condition around. I don't know if we can specify certain classes of equipment or if it's just based off the noise rating. And we just kind of, I don't know exactly how we condition that, but I think the applicant was amenable to we're going to use this one. That other one, we get it, it's loud. We bring that out to where we're to locations that we're using. We're not going to use that when there's residences nearby, etc. So to answer the question, a sound study I think makes sense.
Thanks, Chris. Cindy, I believe you're amenable to that, but I'd like to hear Rich's thoughts on that as well.
Yeah, I mean, to me, loud is loud. This is a loud operation. I think we have an abutter that has said it's loud. We could debate what loud is. I think I was hopeful that the field study by Jim Gareffi would have settled the matter. I mean, so if we need to do a study to figure it out, or if the applicant needs to do a study to figure out, I don't know how all that happens, then so be it. It's one of my top concerns.
I think,
but I'm a little frustrated that we don't know more about this sound at this site.
Subjectively from being there, it's loud. The green one is loud, but manageable. The blue
Less
one
is
loud. Loud enough that standing in the abutter's driveway, after a few minutes, I wanted ear protection. So it was loud enough that, if I was doing that, it was relatable to ride on lawnmower, you being on. So
my fear, Rebecca, is, to me, it gets to a point where do we need to do a scientific study, or are we better off having an applicant spend their energy resources mitigating? But, if the majority of the board thinks we need a study, okay, I'm not going to argue that. But to me, it's it becomes very scientific when this stuff should be relatively straightforward.
Rich, it's a great point. I mean, should we get someone to prepare an attenuation plan, right? How to mitigate this sound issue that we know we have, whether it's attenuation fencing, if it's more plant material or whatnot to help out with this. But Cindy, you're being patient. Raise your hand. Your hand's up. What do you have to say?
Yeah, I gave Alec sort of a quick rundown of what my experiences, what that goes into a noise impact study. And to your point, Rebecca, it also includes proposed mitigation. This has to, this has to be done in a science-based, the importance of this project and the impact to not just the residential abutter, but to all the abutters in all directions. It would, as I mentioned before, I think it would behoove the applicant, given the importance of this issue, to have a formal certified noise acoustic engineer perform a noise study. That study will provide the existing regulations. It'll provide the variance. It'll strip out the wind. It'll do, show us sort of the radiant noise, different, sound levels based on topography. There's a whole lot that this impact study is going to do, and again, including mitigation. And the mitigation should be to a point where it's going to show you whether or not they can mitigate it to meet the guidelines. My other question or comment is that this is a project that's in a business zone district and also in an industrial commercial district. We do have noise regulation limits in the IC district, and I think we may need to get a legal interpretation as to which. My guess is we're going to go for the more stringent regulations. We don't have actual numerical data for what the business district limits would be. I know it's 10 dBA at the property line, and there's some other DEP noise policy limits, but we need, again, a formal acoustic study that the applicant prepares. I think is the best way. I appreciate that the town Board of Health agent was able to take measurements and we can compare those results, but I really strongly recommend that the applicant prepare a formal acoustic study, including mitigation, and make it a robust study so that we understand the whole impact of this.
Thanks, Cindy. Attorney Robertson.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make a response on the comment that it was allowed, and I think that if we take it from there, I think it would be helpful to have Jim formalize his notes. But I think that one of the points that we've tried to continuously make is that the way that we seek to mitigate this is to putting reasonable limitations on the time and length of use. That we can come back with a noise study, but without finding out what it is right now, let's just assume that it's loud, right? We'll accept Mr. Dowdy's comment that it's loud. The proposal here is to mitigate, and that's the closest abutter is Ms. Dorfman, and she asked that it be limited in the time of day and the amount of use. And so what the client would propose is to say, given that closest abutter, that's her request is to say something reasonable, such as between only use the chipper between 10 o'clock in the morning and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, no more than so many hours every 2 weeks, 5 or 6 hours or such. And I think it's relevant too that with respect to the other abutters, I personally canvassed the remaining list of abutters, mostly on Hughes Lane, and to a person, they did not have a complaint. They did not notice the noise. They didn't have a problem with this. That isn't to say that there isn't a necessity of addressing Ms. Dorfman's concerns, but the thought is to try to mitigate that by limited use. Speaking with the design engineer, with Nick, one of his comments is because of the slope of the land, it'd be extremely difficult to create a sort of cone of silence to be able to stop this noise completely, whether you built a 50 feet fence or such. So the proposal would be that we get back Mr. Garaffi's readings, but also accept that if it's loud, isn't a reasonable means to mitigate this, to limit as the closest abutter requests to reasonable number of hours and limit the time of day that it would be used.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you. To that point, Cindy, pardon, I'm going to jump in here. I'm looking at the uses, and I'm seeing them all snugged right up against that property line as close as they can possibly be. And I'm not seeing any kind of physical mitigation that is being offered here for that neighbor. It looks to me that there's flexibility to shift all of this program up towards the road, and perhaps the applicant has kept it back to keep it less visible from the street. But there does look like there's at least 25 feet that this whole activity could be moved forward towards 111, to maybe allow for some screening and mitigation that could happen along that property line. I'll get into my landscape comments when I get my chance, but there's nothing being offered here as a evergreen screen even, or any kind of fencing to offset any of this impact on that neighbor in particular. So Cindy, go ahead. I have a lot of comments, but
thanks. I'll be quick on this one. A formal acoustic study should also include compliance testing to demonstrate that the mitigation that has been, assuming that there is mitigation proposed, that the mitigation meets the limitations, and there should be formal limitations. Again, DEP has a noise limit of no more increase than 10 dBA at the property line. I think there's another requirement on pure tones and such. So I again encourage not only the study, but then some compliance requirements to ensure, because this is going to be a long time operation. And noise sources could change over time. So I'm going to, again, emphasize the importance of having the study done, and also encouraging that there'll be ongoing compliance testing to ensure that the limits that are agreed upon are met over time. Thanks.
Thanks, Cindy. Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, I think just to the comment by Attorney Robertson and the suggestion on the time. So I think that's a very collegial and neighbor-friendly thing to do, to agree to certain hours of operation. I don't think that's a substitute, though, for true sound mitigation, because when that unit is running, and I get it, there may be talk to other abutters, but like, we're approving a site plan that lives on in infamy here, right? This, property owners change, new properties get developed. Like, it needs to be in conformance with what we believe is the appropriate amount of environmental noise, et cetera, screening. And yes, I do think hours of operation and reaching agreement with neighbors is a it's a best practice, but it doesn't replace the need to ensure there's true sound mitigation, in my opinion.
Thanks, Rich. Any other comments before I dig into mine? Board members? Okay. Nick, your drainage plan showing the outflow up front. Yes, the overflow. Is that overflow to be flowing onto 111? Like, I hadn't noticed that before until you were describing it a little bit, but sorry, yeah. Left of your plan, down in that, yeah.
Yep, right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's a discharge pipe, and I think we discussed this a little bit with Sue the last meeting. That's where the natural flow is going today, and water will leave the basin through this pipe and work its way into there's an existing catch basin. It's there's a little text over it, but it's essentially right here. And that's the natural flow pattern. So there's a large portion of water which is already leaving the site, primarily in this corner here. And what we're doing is mimicking that. We're also actually reducing it substantially from what it's releasing today. But yes, there will be some water which leaves that pipe. It'll flow overland and then make its way into the catch basin right here, because that's where currently the water flows from the site today.
Thanks, Nick. I'm looking at the proximity of that driveway that's directly across the street from it. Sue, I know you'll delve into that more. I'm just pointing out, just my questions. So thank you. I'm still concerned about the asphalt tailings from a contaminants, leaching contaminants, and particulate matter standpoint. We talked about the program being up against the neighbors and the need for screening. I know this is really picky, Nick, but I know you noted the 2x2x4 wall. Can you please put a top and bottom of wall on that? And it's purely because I'm still not clear if it's stacked up or not.
So,
I
for
know
the
it's
record,
just a single row. But
it's not a wall. It's a block, a gap, a block, a gap. It's
I want to
essentially
just make sure it's not block in a block on top of it.
no.
You
It's
know what I
just
mean?
a block with a gap, and a block with a gap. So it's not called a wall because it's not a wall. It's just something to denote a break. They could be boulders. They could be anything. It's just
So maybe just label it as a single stack or something, however you want to get around it. I want to make sure that it's very clear that those will not be stackable.
okay.
Thank
Not a
you.
problem.
Okay. Oops, one more comment here. So you've heard our comments about dust, sound, visual mitigation for the neighbors. I'm going to move to the landscape plan. I do want to point out that the proposal from your landscape architect is a significant one, and I'm acknowledging that from you guys. So there's a very substantial planting that's being proposed. A number of Sue's comments are going to apply here to mine with the use of native, I'm sorry, not Sue's, but Bill's that she shared. With using native plantings out here would be preference. I think that along the street, even though we have these rhododendrons, and I am also giving you guys credit for the size of your plantings. The size is specified where considerable and fair. So I would like to be able to incorporate maybe a little bit more evergreen material, not just rhododendrons. You've got a lot of evergreen rhododendrons, but maybe some more tree screening along the 111. So maybe something mixed into that layer. Sue mentioned that I would want the trees that are going to be protective to be shown with the tree protection limitation. You're probably going to get that comment from her again. I think we need to have evergreen screening likely along the top of the slope at the riprap side to kind of offset some of the vehicle viewing in there. We've got some, but it could use a bit more along that edge. And then again, some screening for the neighbor to the south of your plan here, if I have north oriented right. Yes. I also wanted to thank you guys for the photometric plan. That's not something we get across our table very often, so it's always good to see what that actually is. So thanks for sharing that. See if I had any more comments. Nope, that's all I have. Rich, go ahead.
One more comment. So, and maybe Rebecca, you said it, or maybe I thought you said it. So can we go back to, I don't know who's sharing, if it's Nick or Alan.
Yeah.
If we can go back to the site that shows the layout, Nick. Yeah, there we go. So we're in this, or maybe it was Cindy who mentioned that, we're sort of working in this area of the budding property owner, and Cindy talked about getting a right of way, got that. But what about setback? What is is there, like, a lot of this work is, that log pile is like right up against that property line. The dust pile looks like, I can't read it. I don't know, how many feet is that from the edge? Oh, maybe it's not to the edge. It's 30 feet from the wood pile. It's 114 to this, looks like is that to the center or?
That's a property line dimension. So from here to here, because the site is 3 separate properties. So
okay. I see.
For reference, from here to here is 114 feet.
From where? I'm sorry. Where was the?
From this point.
From that
to
point. Okay.
This point. Yeah.
All right. So that dust, that's the chip pile. Is that what that is?
Correct. Yeah. And like I said in my response, right, these things are living, breathing piles, right? They're worked, they're moved around, but these are what we anticipate the largest footprint for both piles to be.
And where is the chipper generally located?
The chipper would typically be parked in the equipment parking area up in this area. And the chipper actually, it's like a large truck. So it has, 4 wheels, they drive it down, and it takes one person to operate, and they would essentially park it in this area here. And there's a claw that is used to grab a log, and it feeds it into it. And then the chip chute can be directed higher, lower, left to right. It's a very versatile machine, and can direct the chips in a variety of directions. But essentially, the chipper would sit roughly in this area. And all of these logs are not for chipping. So the logs that are stored in this area, those are the really the larger logs that go to wood mills for processing of lumber. So the larger logs that get temporarily stored and then removed from the site to be sold to wood mills are kept in this area. And then the logs for chipping are typically kept closer to the chip pile in this area. It's all
so
log
the chipper
storage, but
the chipper would move down towards this southerly part to pick up the logs and then process them.
Correct. Yeah. And typically in a general operating sense, the wood pile probably wouldn't extend past this area, but we just wanted to show it worst case scenario type of footprint here. Typically the log pile is going to be living roughly in this area right here.
Yeah. And I guess, that's kind of where I'm going with the setback. I think that's marked as a 30-foot setback. And just looking in the B1 district, is that the backyard? Is that the side yard? What setback are we looking at? If that's the rear of the yard, it would be a 40-foot setback. If it's the
Or
side
structure,
yard,
correct?
Yeah, it's not a structure, Rich.
Yeah. This is just a
the
pile.
log pile. Okay, so there's no setback on operations. The log pile could literally go on the property line.
Can't go on the property line per fire code, but
it's going to be 25-foot gap.
there's a
So
requirement for access around the pile, which we discussed with the fire department. Previously, we had it shown up against, not really up against the property line, because the property line is actually here. So, we're plenty far set back in this area here. Towards the tail end, yes, it's shown as 30 feet, and that's only because this is already cleared. This whole area is currently cleared gravel yard space beyond the property line onto the abutting property. So we're just showing that as
okay. All right. So it's
area.
only a permanent structure that we're going to be talking about setbacks. It's not an operation or inventory or anything like that. That has no. So you could have trailers literally parked within 25 feet of a property line, right? Is that what I just heard? Fire code.
Yeah, and I bet there's plenty of sites around town that have trailers and dumpsters right up against the property line today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Thanks, Rich. Any other comments from the board at this time? Go ahead, Cindy.
Yeah, I did have a question about the number of parking spaces. I counted 10, and I think there's supposed to be 11. And I'm sorry, I didn't really give Nick a chance to answer any of my questions. So I don't know if now it's appropriate to go back through those, because I just sort of ran through them. Nick, do you want to respond to?
Yeah, we can go over a handful of those.
Sure.
So with the parking, I'm not getting a requirement of 11. I don't know where you're coming up with those numbers. I mean, I think we need 2 spaces max. I mean, we're noting 3 employees max at the site, which would be 1 parking space required.
Right, and one for
plenty
each.
of truck and fleet parking.
if it's one per vehicle and then one for every 3 employees. So you had 10 vehicles listed and then 3 employees would be 1 parking space. So that makes 11.
Correct. Yeah, we show spaces in this area here
I only
for
counted
equipment.
10.
Yep. I mean, but we're not committing to 10 pieces of equipment. We can, I don't think we'll have 10 pieces of equipment there as far as equipment. And then we have
your
some
applications
parking in this area here.
So your application stated 10 vehicles and 3 employees. So that's what I was going off of.
Yeah, up to 10 working vehicles. You were on the site. You saw that he had an extra chipper. He had a claw grabbing land clearing machine. He had a few other machines, and those are coming in and out, but we're not anticipating the whole area to be filled with vehicles at this point.
Okay, I'm just counting the number of spaces you're showing and the number of vehicles you identified. So is it not 10 vehicles?
I think we said up to 10.
Up to 10, and then you need an employee space. So do you have you have 10
right here.
spaces?
We have the employee space right here.
Okay.
And then driveway.
Generally speaking, is it possible to move the parking back because the size of those trucks, and I don't have a good feel yet. I know you're proposing quite a bit of planting, but you know, even though it's beyond the setback, I'm just curious whether there's an opportunity to relocate the parking further away. Also, because it is still today, it's quite visible. I don't know how it'll look with all the plantings, but my guess is it'll still be visible from the corridor.
I would say with the comments this evening about pushing everything further into the site, I don't think we'd be able to move those any further in. We can't move up from the back and further in, and then we just have no space to operate. So I would say that's not possible if we're going to be looking at providing additional screening towards the south of the property for the abutter.
That only takes up like 6 feet. You could get away with 6 feet for screening.
Sorry, what are you suggesting, Rebecca?
I'm saying screening might only take up 6 feet if we were to put in some, like an evergreen screen through there. Just saying it doesn't need the length of these vehicles.
Well, to be honest, the property owner is already losing a lot of usable space with stormwater management improvements that are going to be occurring from the parcel he purchased 2 years ago. So he's trying to utilize this property as much as possible for his operation. And, 10 feet here, 15 feet there, it really starts to pinch everything in, and it makes the site, much less unusable. So, we comply with the requirement, and our inclination is to leave those truck parking spaces where they are.
And so I had initially mentioned that it looks like the lot coverage exceeds the maximum allowed. Do you want to speak to that now, or do you want to go back and reassess your calculations and get back to us?
It's my interpretation that the zoning bylaw is for strictly impervious coverage, legitimate pavement, buildings, and that the stormwater bylaw considers gravel to be considered impervious when looking at those calculations. I'll let Sue speak to this. I'm sure she's reviewed the plan and has done plenty of these other types of reviews in the past.
But if that'll be asphalt tailings instead?
The asphalt tailings are generally pervious.
Okay.
I think where we had a little bit of a disconnect was considering all of those to be D-soils, which would be similar to impervious. Typically in zoning, something that's gravel is not considered impervious. When you get on different permits on a state level, some consider even gravel walkways to be impervious. But in this case, I think zoning wise, it's usually just something that's a solid pavement or concrete or a roof.
I guess I'm really like to hammer on that point, because my understanding, the stormwater bylaw calls it impervious. Our definition under maximum lot coverage is impervious surfaces, buildings, and structures. So, and it's compacted or, you know, asphalt tailing sounds like asphalt to me. And I understand that's not pervious. So it sounds like it ought to be counted as impervious for zoning purposes as well. But, this is the first I'm hearing that gravel yard area that's going to be recycled asphalt would be considered pervious. That doesn't sound right to me. And it sounds like there'll be sheet flow, and that's what's being designed from the stormwater. So I don't understand why we would call it not counted as impervious in the zoning.
Cindy, the tailings will compact well together and have a tendency not to be as dusty. But my experience has been that even with compaction over a hot summer, you still get some infiltration because they're individual particles and they don't have the asphalt binding it all together like pavement has, or the concrete that holds the aggregate together for a concrete pad.
Well,
so water can still go through them. I mean, it's heavily compacted. I agree, but I've just written myself a note to check that how impervious is categorized on the stormwater, the drainage, and the lot coverage.
Yeah, I think the stormwater report acknowledges that it's impervious. So
So for the record, the stormwater report acknowledges what the stormwater bylaw calls it to be. The zoning table is based on the town's zoning bylaw and what the lot coverage definitions and requirements are for lot coverage. There's a difference. I mean, you guys just created a new stormwater bylaw last year, and in that bylaw, you said, we're going to call gravel impervious, which as an engineer makes sense to me. But for zoning compliance, that's not how it works. Impervious is, as Sue said, buildings, pavement, concrete surfaces, versus what the stormwater bylaw wants you to, or how they want you to look at the analysis of those areas. They want you to treat them as if they were impervious for calculation purposes, for basin sizing. That's the disconnect. So you have one definition for stormwater, one for zoning.
I hear you, Nick. And we do have a definition for impervious. It says that material on the ground that does not allow surface water to penetrate into the soil directly beneath it. I guess I'm not convinced that what you're proposing doesn't meet that definition. And
the recycled asphalt tailings are the same as gravel, as your consultant has just reported to you. That's how they're classified.
It sounds like we need to look into this a little bit more versus debating it any further on this right now. So,
understood.
Sue, you're going to go ahead and dig into that a little bit more, and we can all do our homework on the side of that as well, the bylaws. Terrific. Cindy, did you have anything else you wanted to get a direct answer from at this point?
Let me just go quick back through my comments. I think I asked about that 10-foot strip, Nick. Did you?
Sure. So down in this area, the area down below, I mean, the tree symbols show that it's taking up a lot of that area. You know, laborers or workers will still be able to get down there to do general maintenance of that strip. You know, and the goal of that strip was just in case a piece of riprap were to roll down the hill, it wouldn't go over the property line. That was the general intent of providing that, you know, gap at the bottom. You know, I think with the plantings down there, it's going to enhance, you know, the visual impact from Mass Ave. It'll also provide additional protections from anything that may slip off that slope. We don't anticipate it happening. 2-to-1 slopes of riprap are, you know, commonly used and are quite safe, but it is an area that can still be accessed by some laborers down there, even with the dense plantings. But if, during Sue's additional review of this item, we could minimize, remove a few plantings in order to provide some additional access down there. But, we still feel that you can still get access to that area for general maintenance purposes of that slope.
So I guess if it's going to be, when you say provide access, I assume you mean with enough to drive a truck down there. So I guess if that is the case, then I'd like to see it labeled accordingly. Because right now it doesn't look like you have any access there. But if you are going to drive a truck down there, I'd like to have that noted somehow, that that's not going to be fully planted, that you would have, a width of a strip width, wide enough to bring a vehicle down.
Yeah, I mean, we could maybe look at just making it, we'll have some plantings, and then we may have to lose a few of these in this area, but just provide you can use a bobcat, 5-foot width to get up and down, have a dedicated corridor, and still provide the plantings that Rebecca wanted to see through this area. So I think there's a compromise there. We can take a look at some of the plantings. I'll talk with my landscape architect to make sure whatever we put in there, as it grows and matures, would still leave enough room for, like I said, keep a 5-6 foot strip of open area where you could drive a bobcat back and forth through there.
Okay,
I would like to go on record saying I would love to maintain the tree screen here as it's represented right now.
Right. I just want to make sure that, if we're trying to do both, that's reflected. If it's not intended to have access, then what's shown makes sense. But if there is intended to have access, I want that to be shown so that we're all in agreement that there's enough screening there. And
in general, the slope could be maintained from the top with an excavator. So an excavator with the sizable, larger excavator parked here. If some work did need to occur, reshaping, moving a few stones around, could reach down the slope and provide any general maintenance. Like I said, once the riprap slope's installed, it shouldn't require any maintenance. You may need to pick some weeds out of there from time to time, but overall, it should be a very low maintenance piece of the site.
Right. I just want that strip, and you're not using that strip to access the detention basin there. Correct?
No. A basin access would be through this area here.
Okay. Well, I just would like that noted on the plan if you are going to have a strip. Sure. And then I also asked about the lighting at the site during, late afternoon hours and this time of year.
Yeah. So the intent is for no operations to occur, after dark. So, we understand that there would likely be a condition for working hours, and, given that the site's only used for storing of materials, it's not really a fully manned site that's going to be operated by a full crew day in and day out. We feel that it's best to not fully light the site. So the proposed lighting mounted to the building on sensors. So if somebody does have to pull up and grab a piece of equipment real quick or grab a truck, there's just enough lighting, say, in these types of conditions, November, December, January, where it gets dark at 4:00. If somebody had to, grab something at 4:30, right at the end of the day, there would be enough light there. But we don't anticipate any operations occurring during nighttime hours or early enough where it would be dark out.
Okay, well, I guess, we want to make sure we have a condition that addresses that sufficiently.
Mm-hmm. Nick, what about emergency like storm events and stuff like that? They would need to be out there 24/7, right?
Well, a lot of
potentially.
A lot of the equipment here is mostly land clearing equipment that's stored. So, New England Tree Masters, they have their facility at 871 Mass Ave where they keep some of the smaller vehicles. So those vehicles would remain there. Now, if a load of logs may need to be dropped at night during an emergency, we can run through that scenario where an extra truck is there to provide them lighting as they drop the logs in that emergency situation. But we don't feel it's necessary to provide a large scale lighting operation for this site, as we understand that the abutters don't want us to work that late, right? So obviously there'll be a few emergency situations where a load may need to come in after hours during an ice storm or something of that nature, but few and far between. And we think we can accommodate that without lighting up the whole site.
I wholeheartedly agree with you on that. When we were talking about timers, I mean, I can't even get the word right now, but lights that just come on with sensors.
Motion sensors.
Motion sensor. Thank you. Oh my God, it's only Monday. So you said motion sensors, but I was wondering about timers, because I have a motion sensor light on my house, which likely drives my neighbors a little crazy because we have lots of wildlife around here, and they do go off. So I'm wondering about timers. You had mentioned timers potentially earlier on, I think, in our discussions.
Yeah. I prefer the motion sensors because, as you know, sometimes kids like to come onto these sites or people will come and vandalize equipment. You know, we don't see it happen in Boxborough very often, but if somebody were to enter the site, say at 2:00 in the morning, the lights would go on and maybe a police officer driving by would notice, hey, why are the lights on up there? They're usually pretty quiet. So, for that reason, we'd like to keep the motion sensor versus, the timer where it's say it goes off by 10:00 at night or something. We wouldn't want to run them all night long. But if that's something that the board really wants to see, we could pivot to that, but we'd probably want to see those lights on for most of the night.
Understood. I think that might be another good argument for giving some mitigation to the neighbors as well, just from my own personal experience.
Yep.
Thank you. Rich.
Can I just add also the headlights in a situation like that without a real barrier to the abutting properties, headlights coming on that property in the middle of the night. There might be, I don't know what the height of the screening currently is, but that might be something we need to keep an eye out for also. If there's lights on and off from vehicles that might be spilling over onto other properties. So just something to think about.
Thanks, Cindy. Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, just one of the comments I had earlier was on one of my important points is the screening. And since we're talking about screening on this is the west side of the property. So is there any screen, like, it doesn't look like there's any screening on the south side, right? But particularly with that abutting neighbor at 71 Sarah's Way. I know I can see that there's the catch basin and obviously drainage there. What's going on there? Is there not any screening plan?
Mm-hmm.
On right up against the property, there is not. Currently, the way the property is configured, so you have may be better on this sheet here. All right. So this is the Sarah's Way property line. It's very odd for a right of way. It kind of comes up through here as you follow my cursor.
Yeah.
So the frontage for this parcel here, which is 121 Sarah's Way, is right here. And this is the previous property owner of this site also owned this currently owns this property here. So there's this separate parcel between the Dorfman's property, who is the abutter that we've taken the sound readings at in their driveway. I know you weren't at the site visit, but that's the abutter we've been targeting for mitigation. So there's all this land in between the Dorfman's property line and our property line that we don't own. We can't do anything with. Now, we're doing a little bit of grading, and we've removed a wood chip pile that kind of was on this property, a little bit spilled over onto the right-of-way over the property line here. All that's been removed, but our property line is here. So this is all open, previously graded, disturbed area that is not owned by the applicant. And will remain as such, is from what my understanding is. I don't know if there's any current proposals by the current property owner to revegetate this area. It's my understanding that it's going to remain as it is today. So there's that gap right there. There is some natural screening, which exists down through this area here. We have an existing tree line that kind of comes through this area. But as far as mitigation and plantings, we have not proposed anything, as there will be this large void directly behind us.
Yeah, and that's going to be a problem for me. And I think that's a problem in the both the site plan rules and regs as well as the zoning bylaw. Dense screening is going to be a requirement, particularly given there's residential property there. Both parcels, 121 and 71. I know 121 is really, there's no residence that sits on that part of that parcel. But to me, that's a major issue, right? Not having, we've got tremendous landscape in this plan, but this is a critical area of this parcel. To not have any screening, I don't know how we get there without that. I don't know how I get there without that. I can't speak for the other board members.
Yeah. And, we can look at something, in lieu of plantings. I think a stockade fence would be appropriate along that section. Because essentially what you would have is, if I put plantings here, you'd have gravel yard, a 6-foot gap of some evergreen plantings, and then this was all gravel yard space. It's an interesting, it would look interesting. But, in lieu of plantings, I would say for mitigation, to help with sound, a solid fence starting at the existing tree line and then coming around the property line, would be appropriate for that area as far as mitigation, visual mitigation along this property.
Yeah, so it's not my place, right? These are landowners that have to work out agreements, but you're already in this other landowner's area with some grading. They might be open to potentially helping with the screening. I don't know what their plans are with the property. That's not my business, but it seems like if maybe that's an opportunity. I don't know.
We can definitely reach out to the property owner and see if they'd be interested in having us do some plantings in that area. I can't make any promises, with regards to that. I can say that we can install a solid fence in lieu of these concrete blocks that I was proposing as a divide between this property and this property. The goal of these blocks was to make sure that all operations only occur within the limits of the property line for which the site plan is being approved for. So right now there's kind of a gentleman's agreement, a gray line right here where, operations for both both property owners, they both utilize each other's land. Maybe, as we saw at the site visit, there was a storage container that was over the property line that's owned by 121 Sarah's Way. So there's, they get along just fine. And, but we know moving forward, we need to define where the operation is. That's why I had those blocks there. So we can reach out to them and see if that's possible for additional landscaping mitigation through this area. But, at a minimum, we could do a solid fence.
Yeah. And I think what you could do, Nick, is take a look at it's in our rules and regs on site plan, but it's going to come up in 4.4 landscaping and buffers. Item 3 speaks specifically to this use case. Exposed storage areas, machinery, HVAC equipment, service areas, dumpsters, truck loading areas, utility buildings, structures shall be screened from view from adjacent properties and streets by dense evergreen plantings, earthen berms, walls, or fences complemented by evergreen plantings. So take a look at that, but I think something's needed there.
No, we'll take a look. Like I said, I think we could come up with something that fits in that area. My opinion, a solid fence would probably provide a little bit of sound mitigation as well. So, that's where I would be, as far as a recommendation, but we'll talk to the, abutter and see if there's anything possibly, we could do on this, parcel to provide additional mitigation, maybe some restoration of this area. And then look at screening in compliance with that section you just noted.
I just want to restate that I think you're going to need more than just a fence on this. There's a heck of a lot of grade change between this parcel and that neighboring parcel that you can see in your map here, your topo plan. So they're going to be looking right over a 6-foot fence. It's not going to do a whole heck of a lot for them. So I think some evergreen plantings along this trees would be way more beneficial. But I'm certain that when we hear back about the noise mitigation, that they will have a list of really great recommendations for us as well. Attorney Robertson.
I just wanted to revisit the issue of the noise mitigation, and I know that you had mentioned at the start of the hearing that the litigation doesn't really matter. But the client has an absolute right to a pre-existing non-conforming use here, and part of the playing field of coming forward and submitting the planning board submission for site plan review was an understanding that we had that right, and that wasn't going to be surrendered. There was going to be reasonable accommodations on all sides. So the comment that the client hasn't made any accommodations yet. Of course, the purchase of the $1.2 million chipper was certainly an accommodation. And I think that the suggestion that the client move the chipper to some place that's more reasonable is also something that can be considered, as can be considered planting in a burn here. But it's also relevant that this is one particular neighbor that we're talking about. And as I look back into, and this is relevant, the contractual history of the purchase of this property, when it was sold to the previous owner, the purchase agreement specifically said, and I'll submit this to the planning board, this property being 71 Sarah's Way, this property is located in the residential agricultural zone on land uphill and abutting business and industrial zone land with existing businesses that may produce noise or be visible from the property. So this property, 71, has always been known to be located next to this pre-existing non-conforming use. That said, my client, Lewis, has bent over backwards. As you see here, he's giving up an enormous portion of his land to meet the stormwater bylaw requirements, and he's also willing to consider additional mitigation efforts. But to the extent the requirement is that he have no noise coming from the site or it completely be mitigated, I don't think that's going to be possible or feasible. And I respectfully ask the board to reasonably consider the thought of the limited use, because it's going to be extremely, perhaps expensive to build enormous fences or enormous trees. But to the extent that this neighbor who purchased with knowledge of the use here anyway, he's only requesting limited times of use. I'm not sure what purpose we serve by trying to create a cone of silence over the entire property. I'm not trying to be facetious here. The client is absolutely willing to consider reasonable accommodations, but to the extent that he's going to be required to have a completely silent operation when his chipper is operating, I don't think that's reasonable or particularly fair given the history and his right to a pre-existing non-conforming use.
Thank you, Attorney Robertson. I heard 3 times that we're trying to enforce a zero sound operation here, and I don't believe that is at all where the board is going. But we are trying to be good neighbors with this proposal and try to mitigate what could be a very uncomfortable situation for some people around there. And there is more than one residential use up on that road that I know of. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just kind of weighing where this is where might add add work to the process where the sound study could be helpful to establish that, use of the newer, quieter machinery. It could confirm that use is actually within the current regulations of a 10 decibel variance, things like that. I think that kind of study would help that way. And if it shows that it's close, then that's where the accommodations would be helpful. We're not looking for something to be silent. It just has to be within the regulations, which is a differential of 10 decibels, which it might certainly be. We just need to actually know, and that'd be helpful. And it's the extra recommendations about things, like since there's also supposed to be some sort of screening, if evergreens planted there, especially if you convince the previous owner that you could use some of their stuff to put evergreens there, that might all together work. So it's worth considering.
Thanks, Chris. Any other board comments? I'd like to open it up for public comment. Okay. I'd like to allow the public to weigh in here with any additional comments that they might have. If you want to raise your hands or *9. Okay, not seeing anyone raising their hand. Any further discussion on this? Cindy, go ahead.
I definitely would like to get in writing something from the fire department about the limitations. One of the other concerns I had that came up during the site walk was about the mobile refueling. And my understanding is that it is allowed in a business district, but there were fire regulations surrounding that. So Alec, I assume you would be the liaison with the fire department. I don't believe we got a written summary yet from them, but I would definitely like them to address all the items that were discussed tonight, including the refueling and the potential pollutants associated with mobile refueling, and a confirmation that is in fact allowed in our business district. I don't know a lot about how it's done, but my understanding is it's regulated by them. So I would like to see some fairly detailed summary from the fire department about how all these things are going to be regulated.
I'm making notes now, and I will provide this back to the fire department in advance of the next public hearing scheduled.
Okay, any more deliberation at this point? Attorney Robertson.
I guess I'd make the final request that, Mr. Garaffi came out and did his sound recordings. It was a windy day. He did conduct extensive notes. One of the earlier comments had been that the client is certainly spending a lot of money on his landscaping. The cost is getting to be pretty extraordinary for Lewis, and so the cost of a sound study will be even more expensive. I'm not sure that we're going to find that a chipper meets a 10 decibel differential. I'd respectfully ask that the board consider getting Mr. Garaffi's results back first before requiring the expensive formal sound study. And to the extent that the board wants to assume that it exceeds the 10 decibel level, and address what mitigation efforts it would seek to see. Because I think that we're all agreed, as Mr. Dougherty stated, that it's loud, and to the extent that we need mitigation to address that, we're willing to certainly consider that. I think that what I'm trying to help the client avoid is spending additional monies on things that can be addressed in other ways, especially as we're waiting for Mr. Garaffi's results to come in. So I'd ask the board to consider getting those results in and having a discussion about mitigation efforts before requiring yet more expense on Lewis's behalf.
Thank you. Board members, any comments or thoughts about that?
Yeah, I'm just going to say it again, because this is going to be an ongoing operation. A sound study, by a qualified engineer who can actually model what the mitigation effects will be and how the mitigation will dampen the sound and then it would be demonstrated with, compliance after the mitigation has been installed. I think it protects you, the client, and it protects the town from further potential litigation to have that kind of documentation. So I think I understand that there's an expense associated with a noise mitigation, a noise impact study, including mitigation, but it may be well worth the applicant's effort. I think it might be short money spent to prevent future problems. And, this seems to be enough of a concern that, again, just encourage the applicant to seriously consider it. I think the town's Board of Health agent is not a certified noise engineer. I appreciate the work that he's doing, and I look forward to his report. But I do believe the client would be well served, the applicant would be well served with a professional study done.
Thanks, Cindy. Any more board comment at this time? Okay, Alec, I assume that we are looking for a date to continue to.
Yes, as we will discuss later on as well, the anticipated December town meeting was in fact postponed. We're all already aware of that. However, we had held that Monday, December 15th in our calendars as a meeting either in advance of that first night of town meeting or if we needed it further. Given the scope of the items that it's necessary to be addressed, we're still waiting on Sue's response. We're going to be waiting on a fire department response. It sounds like the applicant has a variety of responses, at least in narrative form, that they could be providing, as well as investigation of whether a sound study can be conducted. I'd recommend we push this at least 1 month out, if not into your January meeting schedule. You currently have a meeting which is booked solid for December 1st. You have the potential meeting on December 15th, and then you have Monday, January 5th. So I would first ask board members, do we want to go ahead and proceed with the Monday, December 15th meeting? And if so, do we want to schedule this as a public hearing? And of course, that same question, slightly different words, goes back to Sue, Attorney Costa, and the applicant. Please confirm if you will be available on the date that the planning board would like to select.
I can be flexible. I've made Foxborough my priority, so whatever the board decides.
Thank you, Sue.
I'm good with the 15th. Is there information we need back? Are we doing this study? What are we asking for this study? I just want to make sure we're being effective with and not just continuing.
Yeah, it feels like if we're asking for that, it's going to take a bit more time, likely, to engage somebody and provide reporting to us.
So would we like to instead look forward to the January 5th meeting?
That's just my thought, but it feels like that might give them enough time to be able to pull that together.
So speaking for the applicant, if we are going to go and solicit a sound engineer, that's going to take a couple months probably to get somebody signed on. I'm sure these guys, most local or people in the area are probably at least a month out before they can get to the site. So I would recommend possibly pushing out at least to the 15th, and maybe we can continue or have a quick meeting, quick update, or target a January meeting. But I mean, if the board would like to hear an update on the 15th, I think we could accommodate that as well. Let you know where we are with things, have a quick meeting, or we could push out to January.
I'll let other board members weigh in, but it seems like we should grab that January 5th date, Nick. And if you want to provide it's not a scheduled, the 15th was not a scheduled meeting for the board. So that's why I'm saying that. If you wanted to provide a written update at any point that could be shared with the board, we would most definitely appreciate that. Does that sound reasonable to other board members?
I'm open December 15th for this or other matters, because we have enough other things that we might want to meet about.
Yeah, I'm open the 15th and the 5th.
I mean, if we have to meet the 15th, it wasn't scheduled. I'm not crazy about it, but I guess I'm just trying to circle back on what else we're expecting the applicant to prepare at this point. It sounds like Sue needs to review their letter, and you know, there was many comments made tonight that I assume the applicant's going to respond to. So, you know, if the applicant can get that by the 15th, you know, I'd be willing to meet, but I know we didn't have a meeting scheduled and it's a busy time of year for everybody. So I would be more inclined to wait till January if that's possible.
Madam Chair, if I could just get clarity so I can position this to my client to decide. He, of course, will be the one to decide about the sound study and the payment for it. Is the board encouraging the client to do so, the applicant to do so? Is it insisting that he do so as part of his application? I'd like to just clarify that so I can put it to him.
Yeah, I believe, taking a temperature of the board, that people are asking for this to take place, but correct me if I'm wrong, board members. Chris, Rich, Cindy, I've heard your opinion.
I guess I'm encouraging it. I think I would definitely consider Cindy's point of it would give an objective confirmation that you are in compliance, or that whatever remediation has been put into place makes you in compliance. So I think that would be in the client's interest to have an objective third party say that yes, it's louder, but it's fine with everything we've done. And I think they might have, you know, suggestions on things that we might not think of. So I think it makes sense to do. But the contrast of the stipulating that it is loud and that we need to, you know, make some accommodations for that, I think that's also reasonable.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't buried in an industrial park somewhere, right? This is on Mass Ave in the B1 district predominantly, which is mixed house. I mean, the B1 district allows for housing and businesses, so there has to be sound mitigation. I was open to different approaches, but if the board thinks that the best way, and Cindy, you've kind of convinced me that you get the mitigations that come out of it, I'm supportive of it. Am I demanding it? No, I'm recommending it. There's got to be some means of knowing what the level of sound coming out of this is and how it's mitigated. Not eliminated, but mitigated for the neighbors.
Does that make sense?
That's clear, Your Honor. Your Honor, that's clear, Madam Chair. I appreciate the detail. I understand that, and I will convey it to the client. I'm getting my roles mixed up during the course of the day.
No worries. Thank you. That was a first for me. Okay. Thank you very much. So again, we're going back to the date now on this. I've heard from Nick that they will likely need some time.
I think January would be best if we could have something by then. I hope we can, you know, within enough time to submit and have reviewed by the town. It's going to be tight, just given the time of year and getting somebody on board. But let's continue to January, and if we have to push out, we'll definitely be in contact with the planning department and let you guys know on our anticipated schedule.
Thank you, Nick. Madam Chairperson, I just want to confirm, Attorney Costa, will you or a member of your team be available to join us on January 5th?
Yes, I'm available.
Fantastic.
Thanks, Adam.
Madam Chairperson, you would seek a motion. Well, actually, just for formality's sake, Attorney Robertson, can you confirm that your client is amenable to an extension of this public hearing to January 5th to be confirmed in writing?
You're muted, Paul.
Excuse me, Alec, I will confirm with the client, but I believe that's acceptable, and I will confirm it in writing by tomorrow.
Fantastic. Okay. Madam Chairperson, you are seeking a motion to continue this public hearing to January 5th at 7:05 p.m.
Okay, do I have such a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
I'm not even sure who just moved. Was it Rich? Or Rich moved it and seconded by Cindy Markowitz.
I'll second, sure.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, thanks. So as I see you, roll call: Rich
Gazzardi, aye.
Cindy Markowitz,
Markowitz, aye.
Chris Dowdy,
Dowdy, aye.
And Werner, aye. Thank you so much, folks, for bearing with us this evening. And we look forward to meeting with you again on the 5th. Happy holidays to all of you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy holidays to the board.
Thank you.
And Attorney Costa, feel free to sign off. Enjoy the rest of your night. Sue, if we could keep you for the next public hearing, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you all.
Happy holidays.
I'm sure I'll see you before then. Thank you.
All right, terrific. Okay, thank you guys. So now we're going to reopen the public hearing for 975 Massachusetts Avenue, site plan review and stormwater management permit. In accordance with MGL Chapter 40A, the Boxborough zoning bylaw 2.5, site plan approval, and the Boxborough stormwater bylaw, the Boxborough Planning Board will continue a public hearing to review the application submitted by Goldsmith, Prest, and Ringwall Incorporated on behalf of the applicant BHG 109 LLC to construct an 8-unit contractor storage facility. Okay. I'm assuming the applicant is here and would ask for a brief summary of the changes, and they want to share something with us. Limha, I see you there.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. For the record, Limha Tib, project engineer at Goldsmith, Prest, Ringwall. I'm here tonight as a representative of the applicant for the project. Here with me and over Zoom is Bruce Ringwall. So following the last planning board meeting, been quite a little while, there was a request for a rendering to address the view, looking up the proposed driveway access towards the proposed building. We have provided 2 renderings to the board, one without any existing trees and one with. So bear with me for a second here as I get those open and share my screen.
Cindy, I'm noting that you have your hand up. Did you have something brief to say while okay, you're good.
No, that was from old. Sorry.
No worries.
Alrighty. So can everybody see the rendering over here?
It's coming. Yep, there we go.
Alrighty. So this one shown here is a rendering with some of the existing trees that we had located, kind of shown on there. They're kind of scattered on the side there. As you can see, this I guess tan color here is the proposed retaining wall, and a little bit beyond that is the building. So the building with the proposed planting that was requested by the board, you know, the trees in front of the retaining wall, as well as this tree at the top level, does a pretty good job of covering the proposed building as you're standing on the driveway looking in. Let me just switch over to the other drawing, the other rendering. So here's the second one, taking out the existing trees that we located. You can kind of see this is what it looks like. So does a pretty good job of screening the building. We generally believe that, you know, what was provided for the planting is sufficient for the screening. And I see Bruce got his hands up.
Bruce, go ahead.
If I may, I just wanted to add that these renderings were done before the additional vegetation was added in, because they weren't on the plans when the plans went off to the renderer.
Thank you.
So in addition to the renderings, we have also provided an updated landscaping plan that was requested. Can everybody see the updated PDF here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you.
So there are obviously a couple items that we'd like to discuss regarding the proposed landscaping. I believe, let's see here. Let me just pull up the email that was sent over. Alrighty. So number one would be the size of the calipers. There was a recommendation that the height, the caliper diameter of the proposed trees be 3.5 to 4 inches for the deciduous over here. Generally just looking for bigger size diameter trees. Our understanding after talking with Dave Fisher, our landscape architect, is that the larger diameter trees would have a harder time surviving, which is why he had recommended the 2.5 to 3 calipers. I understand this is obviously different from what we had discussed, and I apologize for that because I didn't quite understand the consequence of saying okay at the time of the last meeting when we had discussed these changes. Let's see here. Bruce, anything else you want to add to that?
It's not that they wouldn't survive, it's that they have a smaller tree adapts better to the transplanting and adapting to the new location than a larger tree. And within 3 to 5 years, the examples have shown that the smaller tree is of equal size, if not larger, than a larger tree that it takes longer to adapt. And I've got one in my yard that I put in very small, and in the last couple of years, the thing has just grown 4 feet a year. So
I'd like to know what that is. What is that?
It's a flowering dogwood, and I'll take pictures for you from when it was installed to where it is now.
Remarkable. Okay. Sorry, is there more presentation?
I think those are really all we want to address. Happy to take any questions.
Did you point out that on the right-hand side of the road where they had requested 3 trees at the first bend to the left, we could only squeeze 2 in there. We're up against the retention basin, the water, stormwater management, the access road into that. We're up against the guardrail. So we put 2 trees there. We couldn't figure space to put a third one in. And the embankment on the left-hand side for those trees, that'll have to be pulled out, which I believe Hut discussed with you folks at a previous meeting. We just did not modify the grading plan in time for that to be shown, but it'll have to be done to make space for those 2 trees to be planted.
Thank you. I noted that. Thank you, Bruce.
The last thing, I'm sorry, Rebecca, is
go ahead.
We weren't certain what we were supposed to do with the introduction of woody seeds to the seed mix. So we hadn't heard of it. Dave hadn't heard of it. I think that, the idea is establishing a slope that is stabilized and it's up against a wooded edge. It's a successional area. It's going to get all kinds of woody plants that are going to take root over the course of time in there. I think that the goal here is to maintain that slope and not have it erode. And I think that that'll be covered with the seed mix that was proposed. And I think over time you'll have woody plants growing on it. It's happening next door, and that was done a few years back.
Yeah, it's really just a simple woodland seed mix that does have plants that will grow into shrubs and not just remain as grasses. So cheap money. It's not a lot of an investment to do that, but it's literally rehabilitating the woodland edge, So that's what the request was for that. Board members, I'm sorry, were you both done with your presentation before I move it open to?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Opening it up for board discussion. Go ahead, Rich.
Yep, I appreciate you guys coming back, the applicant coming back with the sketch. I think that really kind of, for me, helps me with kind of one of the big things is the the visual from either the front of the building, the back of the building. You guys have gone and done the things you needed to do to help us get our arms around this. So I appreciate it. I think this, this landscape plan overall and this screening approach is pretty good from my perspective. So I'm good with what I'm seeing here. Thank you.
Thanks, Rich. Other board member comment? Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Yeah, likewise, I think I'm good here. This helps. I appreciate the revised plans and all that. And working in more trees where you can.
Thanks, Chris. Cindy?
Yeah, so I was trying to pull up the photograph that you guys provided for 871. And I guess I just want clarification because when I look at that photo, I think you only submitted one from the street. I'm trying to understand. This building is, I think, 100 feet closer, at least the retaining wall is 100 feet closer than the 871. And just eyeballing the photograph of 871, which is 100 feet further, that building seems to show up as close. Again, this is just an eyeball as what you're showing in your sketch, as close, if not closer. So I don't want to cast aspersions on the sketch because I don't know what the dimensions were that were used, but can you verify that this building, I think, the distance from the roadway, where I think this is the entrance to the driveway from Mass Ave, or the entrance from the 24-foot width? I guess that's one question on where this is taken, because the building just looks further away than I think it will actually be if I am comparing it to 871 photo.
So, yes, to confirm, this rendering is done based off of our CAD file that we provided to a consultant to provide the rendering. The grades, they all tie to real life or what we showed in our grading plan. And we are standing at the front, I guess, approximate edge of roadway at the front of the driveway access looking in.
Can you bring up the photo of the 871 building from Mass Ave? I think it was in your original package. I have it as page 31 of 44 in the PDF, if I'm looking at the right one.
I'll have to dig it up, but I guess my question is because this is a rendering versus what was taken as a photo across the street for the abutting property.
Oh, sorry, 881. I shouldn't say 871. I think it's 881. So you originally had said that was representative. And so I'm trying to compare this sketch, which I think the building is 100 feet closer, the retaining wall is 100 feet closer than the 881 building. But again, to my untrained eye, I think it's page 44. That the one at the top, right? Yeah, right there.
Okay.
Or that one, yeah.
Yep.
So comparing that to the rendering, again, untrained, I don't see that the building that your building, which should be 100 feet closer to the road, looks bigger, and it feels like it should. Does that make sense? The
If I may,
yeah.
The building, whether it appears closer or not, I don't know. This picture's taken across the road to try to get the whole picture in. The other rendering is done from the opposite side of the road, right up at the property line. This picture has a huge wetland in the front. There's some trees right along the edge of the road, and then there's a flat, open wetland with no trees until the embankment. That's a substantial distance back because it's a large wetland. And then up onto the hillside. So we could bring up, if you could bring up maybe a Google Maps aerial to get the relative distances back between the two. I don't know what the measurements are. I'm sitting in a hospital waiting room, so I don't have that handy to me right now.
No problem. Let me just see if I can pull that up. Alrighty. Well, that's
I'd go aerial. She's talking that one building sits closer to the road than the other. I'm not sure what the deal is there.
let's see. So there's the abutting building. Well, I guess would it make it easier if we pull up a previous exhibit that was provided that showed both the existing building next door and the proposed building?
Yeah, I mean, I think the site plan, you can measure the site plan from the roadway, but I thought we were always talking about 100-foot differential, at least from the retaining wall, if not the building itself, the 100-foot closer to Mass Ave. And my sense, and again, this isn't scientific, but just eyeballing it, it doesn't feel like the graphic the sketch that you provided is representative of how the building is going to look. I feel like the building ought to be looking a little bit larger, but
so that says 200 feet. No,
roughly 300.
Roughly 300 feet. Yeah.
Yep.
And
what's it on measure in our plan?
Pull that up real quick. $224 roughly to the nearest corner.
So it's a difference of what was it, 70 feet?
Well, yeah, about 75.
Yeah.
Cindy, I think the difference maybe is really that there's a lot more clearing that's taking place on this site than the other site. And there's also on the neighboring site, there's a berm that is actually working to that property's benefit because it's providing screening in front of the building that we won't have here. We have the wall that's taking the place of it.
Right. So I guess
that's why it feels that way.
Right. All that being said, I feel like this new building is going to be much more visible than what the rendering is indicating it will be. And, you've got that's a detention basin in front, and then you've got the retaining wall. There'll be a lot of clearing between Mass Ave and the actual building. So I think it's going to be more visible than that rendering. That's really my point.
So if I may, Madam Chair, the building next door, again, there's a good 100 feet that is the wetlands, maybe more. And then there's the slope. And so there's trees at varying heights on the slope. Here we have about 120 feet of existing vegetation against the road that's going to maintain, which goes up a slope. And then we have a berm immediately after that for the drainage basin, which is where HUD is showing right now, which also sets up an elevation difference, which screens the lower part of the retaining wall because it's at its base is at or below the level of this berm and further back onto the site, which is why you don't see the whole height of the retaining wall from the perspective because you're standing at a lower elevation. And then the trees are all stacked in there that you have proposed. I think you're going to get a lot more screening than you anticipate. There was a lot of conversation about how much you're going to be able to see or not see the building next door when we were at this stage many years ago, and that building is hard to see unless it's this time of the year and you're going real slow.
Thanks, Bruce. Sue, I'm seeing your hand up. I'm so sorry. I should have called on you earlier in the evening, but go ahead, please.
That's fine. No, I was just gonna, what may help Cindy put it in perspective is that these trees are after they've aged. This isn't newly planted trees. And the other thing is you've got a lot of deciduous trees and they're full leafed out. The picture that Limhut showed had the bare branches. So you're looking at the density of the branches more than the leaf coverage. So I think that throws your perspective off. I don't know if that was taken early spring or in the fall or late winter, but you can see the only thing that's really providing a visual break are the actual tree trunks and branches, and then some evergreens mixed in. So that may be what's throwing it off.
Well, so to your point, Sue, the rendering is showing mature trees. I'm not sure how many years out, but that's going to be several years, maybe 5 plus, maybe 10,
15.
And half the year or at least a quarter of the year, the leaves are off. So, my point is that this building will be more visible, I think, than folks realize.
Yep. I just wanted to give that clarification of what standing back, I could see the difference. And that was a comment that Bill made, but it's really up to the board if you find it sufficient.
Thanks, Sue. I actually had a very, and this image is useful. I had a very similar experience today driving by a couple times. And there's actually less evergreen screen in front of the new building or the proposed building than there is in this image. But with the leaves down, it's largely deciduous trees out there. So all the leaves drop. And so the only real evergreen is what they're proposing by the wall. So you would have very little screening during the fall and winter months. And you also pointed out, Sue, simpatico here. You pointed out that the tree canopies that are shown in the rendering are mature trees, and these are proposed to go in at pretty small diameter. So I guess to answer the question in the email, Bruce, the reason for the larger suggestion of trees is to get more immediate screening. I plant trees like this all the time with a huge success rate, and I've not had issues with planting larger scale trees, and they give more instant impact, which is what I think the board is hoping for out there. Bruce, you have your hand up still. Did you have a comment?
I do. Please.
Go ahead.
We contacted the staff to confirm that we were to show mature trees and not as planted, and that was confirmed. And that's why we did it that way. No one told us to do it as a fall rendering, so I didn't even ask the renderer one way or the other, or tell the renderer one way or another. How do you do the twig on that? Then I wanted to go back to the landscaping period as required under the zoning bylaw, which says to use an existing natural vegetation. We're using 100 to 120 feet plus wide across the front. And then it says to plant 3-foot high evergreens that will grow to be at least 5 feet tall. So we're proposing 8 to 10 foot high evergreens, 18 of them, and we're proposing 2.5 to 3 inch caliber trees, which are a pretty substantial sized tree along there. And we have all this vegetation. So we are meeting the letter of the bylaw, exactly what it says to do. Does it take a couple days to have that happen? Then possibly, yes. There are other buildings that have been permitted along the Main Street, or Mass Ave, pardon me, that don't have anywhere near this much planting put in front of them, and they're all existing. I mean, when I did the library years ago, no one asked us to put all kinds of trees in front of the thing, and it had much less trees than this. I don't know. I think we meet the intent of the bylaw. We meet more than what the bylaw asks for.
Thanks, Bruce.
Yeah.
So, there's one other comment. I think it's Cindy or Chris or Rich. Do you guys have other comments while I look at my notes?
No, I think I'm good. And I mean, I guess, Rebecca, we've been through this landscape plan a few times. If the suggestion is some of those deciduous trees you'd rather see as evergreen, I mean, is that a swap out that can happen before planting?
Oh no, I'm not saying swap them out. I just had asked for larger sizes. That's all, just to get a more immediate impact out there. I was just pointing out that just to try to give some clarity to Cindy about that. The rendering didn't surprise me. I don't think it was a bad direction or anything. It's just that it is a mature rendering, right? And so it's not going to go in looking like that, and it won't look like that for many years. That's all I was pointing out. The rendering was just fine. It was helpful to be able to look at what, it might look like in the future. So I feel pretty firmly about the size bump ups here, but I'm definitely going to leave that open to the board if they want to deliberate on that. I did have a couple of comments. Sue, I'm going to ask you, I was actually looking closer at the plant list, and there's a couple of trees that I'm surprised are still on the list right now, and that being the red cedar, because I'm sorry, the red cedar, and then that specific arborvitae that deer love to graze on. And it's because of the cedar apple rust, which kills these trees back. And then I know that deer can reach at least 6 feet up to graze on these other trees. So I would like to lean on places to kind of come up with a different evergreen for that. And I apologize in advance that I didn't see that before, but both of those trees are not going to be successful evergreens to help screen with that, because they're deer food, or else they have blight issues that will kill them back. So Sue, was that something that you guys could help us with?
Well, my suggestion is they've already got a landscape architect on board. Have them give a recommendation. We always recommend against the red cedar because of the number of apple orchards and fruit trees in the area. It's a 3-mile radius. So, and we had a site in Stowe where the USDA was going to come on and remove them and send the bill to the property owners. So we just always recommend that, but I would defer to their landscape architect, and then we can comment on it.
Okay.
They're able to look them up as well as you and I can.
I hear you. Yeah, I was kind of surprised to see them on the list.
Yeah.
I really didn't notice it until my review this weekend.
I think when I had Bill look at it, it was when the 2 renderings came in before the updated landscape plan came.
And excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes.
The red cedars were replaced when they didn't like the arborvitae, the dark green arborvitae, dark American arborvitae that were on there before. Then they were put on that. So that had to have been at least a month and a half to 2 months ago. And that was on your marked up plan. Those plants were on your marked up plan, and they have been for a long time. I would recommend that you make a condition of additional plants be put forward before you, and so we can close this. This hearing's been going on for a long time, and we'll give you some different plants. We'll bring them in. They can be approved by Bill Murray before they're planted, but to just keeping this open and on and on and on and on. We've done everything that's been asked of us. We changed the plants. No one complained when we changed the plants. I can't see the revision dates. Hut, can you go back to revision dates, please?
I don't think it's necessary. I'm hearing where you're coming from on this. I apologize that I'm only just seeing this right now, but I do think this needs to be a successful planting up here.
I agree. So we'll make a condition for those 2 plants.
Understood. Thank you, Bruce. And I believe the other arborvitae was deer food too. So I'm just trying to steer clear of that. Board comments?
No, I'm good with that. I mean, I'm prepared to close this hearing if that's the direction we want to go and just get on with the deliberation.
Likewise.
Yeah, I mean, Rebecca, I'm going to defer to you on if you're comfortable with the landscape plan and the condition, or whether you'd rather see that memorialized before. That seems to be the most, for me, the view from Mass Ave is the most important issue right now. And, I'm not sure that I'm 100% comfortable with what I'm hearing, but, again, I'll defer to you if you feel the landscaping as you're proposing it would be adequate, then that would make me comfortable. But if there's some pushback there, then I guess I want to make sure that, that you're comfortable as our internal expert here on this matter.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable that they didn't incorporate the requests, honestly, about this. The sizing is going to be very important out there. I mean, we've all seen a certain project on Codman Hill and what that looks like right now. And I know this is not the same project and it's much further back than that one. But there's no way that any of the improvements that we recommended on that project, I think, are going to be hugely effective for screening. So height is important because it also brings width of material. And picking the right material is the right thing to do. I'm more comfortable with the recommendation that I have made, but that is entirely up to the board majority.
Yeah, what heights are we talking about here, Rebecca? I'm just not.
Yeah. So yeah, and I apologize. I don't know if this plan, the last meeting that we had, I marked up a plan and I was told to bring it in for Alec, and he shared it with the applicant. I asked for the trees, the evergreen trees, to be bumped up from 8 to 10 feet tall to a 10 to 12. Thank you. Yeah, my quick and dirty, embarrassing little notes on my page, but and then I asked for the deciduous trees to be bumped up to the next range of caliper inches as well. I showed a few locations for additional trees, which they've tried to incorporate for us, with the exception of that third one that Bruce identified was one too many there for what they have proposed. I asked for them to incorporate a woodland mix for the seed for the slope stabilization, which is really just swapping out the grass seed. So it wouldn't just be grasses, it would be more of a woodland kind of, it would have shrubs and stuff, like native shrubs and stuff to it eventually. It would encourage that, but it's still a seed mix. It's not a large uptick in price tag on that. I think that's what I asked for.
And what was incorporated? Just a couple of the trees?
Yes, 5 trees.
5. Okay. The ones on the roadway? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those.
The 4 on the roadway and the one, the pink one over by the other trees there. Yeah.
And we'll gladly give you the seed mixture. We didn't understand it as a seed mixture. It said incorporate woodies into the mixture.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I could have been more clear about that, but this was my quick notes from that evening. So
Rebecca, where is there a discrepancy now on the height of the trees and how many? And can you kind of
I'm hearing that they're willing to do the woodland seed mix. So, and then the counts of this, I think we are where we need to be. I think I gave Limha artistic license on that, right, to kind of fit what he could fit on the plan. So it's really, the pinch point was the jump in sizes of deciduous and the evergreens, and then making sure that we have appropriate evergreens out there that aren't going to get eaten or diseased.
And the appropriateness, that can all be addressed, I think, as Bruce, you indicated, prior to planning. What about the height? Is that
the height that we have here again is much higher than what's required under your zoning. Your zoning doesn't say you cannot see a building from the road. Your zoning does not say you can't see anything from the road that's built upon. I mean, you can see the other buildings down the road, up and down the street, and others as well. 8 to 10 foot high trees. I think I saw on the planting plan just prior to this one, 8 to 10 foot on there. Evergreens has proposed, And I think I saw a 3-inch caliber on their plan, and I heard a lot of great compliments about their planting. So, I don't know. I'm across the street. We got a huge amount of existing vegetation between the two, and it's not being asked to be totally covered the second it's put in, but it's going to do the job. And bylaw doesn't call for anything larger.
Okay.
I mean, you guys get to make the decision. You vote. You get to put it in the way you want. We've come back with as much as we could. I didn't understand the woody seeds mix. I will add that in. I am going to have to cut out of here quick because I am in a hospital waiting room and they're going to kick me out of here because I'm past visiting hours. So I'm going to have to turn it over to Hut and shut down.
Thank you, Bruce. Hope everything is okay your way.
It's not, but that's all right. Goodbye.
Thank you. Board members, additional comment, thoughts?
Good here.
Good.
Well, yeah, I'm not comfortable till you're comfortable on this, Rebecca. So, I am very, very concerned about the visual impact. We do have our rules and regs under 4.5. Route 111 view and tree protection does talk about maintaining the view shed that on the corridor, and it is said that the intent of this section is that a proposed development be so designed as to minimize the disturbance and/or destruction of any existing healthy trees on the site and along the corridor. So we know there's a lot that's going to be disturbed. I think we owe it to the town to do the best we can to get replacement trees that are going to do the screening that we want. So,
in terms of disturbance, there's two trees coming down, right?
2 trees at the front, but a lot of clearing on the site.
Yeah. But I mean, nothing prevents them from clearing the site. I mean, that's certainly allowed. I agree with you. There needs to be screening from 111. I'm not disputing that at all. I mean, I guess this is really just a question of, do you have what you want day one, or do you have what you want day, 1 plus 2 years, or do you have what you want day 1 plus 5 years?
Or 15.
Is it 15?
Is it 15? I mean,
is it 15 years before those trees grow to the size?
It's going to take a long time, Rich. It does. It takes a long time.
I mean, I've got arborvitaes in my backyard. They seem to have grown in like 4 years.
Arborvitaes, evergreens will grow faster. They're weak wooded trees. They are quicker growers, right? The deciduous trees are hardwoods, right? And they grow much slower.
But the evergreens are the ones along the front of the building that provide the wall protection.
Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, in like 2 years' time, they'll get established, and then they'll start putting up like a foot a year.
And what are they being planted at? 8 feet?
Per the plan, it's 8 to 10.
And how high is the wall?
Limhut, you want to confirm that? Is it 10 feet tall?
Roughly 10 feet, yes.
So okay. The trees will be just about the height of the wall at planting.
That is correct.
Or 2 feet shorter.
Yeah, I mean
it's close. I mean,
it's close. But
in the height of the building, I guess, is probably more relevant here. That's like 30. Is that right, Limhut?
Yes, approximately 30.
Thank you.
Again, how much above the wall? How much of the building will be above the wall? How many feet?
30.
30 feet of the building will be above the wall? The entire building will be above the height of the wall?
Like 20.
30 feet.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'd like Limhut to answer that, sorry.
So here's the wall. I can see on one point here. So the grading is very limited. Here is relatively flat. So immediately as you're coming up the wall, this area just shoots up 30 feet to the actual peak of the building. I think we talked a little bit before about how the center is where the peak ridge is at 30, and obviously the side is a little bit lower. roughly, 22 and some change.
And what do we have on the top of the wall? We have a line of, go back to the landscape,
There's a line of evergreens to be determined.
a line of evergreen. Oh, those are the ones on top. So, I mean, what if we split the difference and got taller ones on the top of the wall and the size you've got on the bottom of the wall?
And then what about the deciduous trees?
Yeah, I'm just poking at one item right now.
I mean, the concern is immediate impact on things, then
Say that again, Chris. I'm sorry, you cut it.
if the concern is immediate impact of screening, then where you're going to get the most effect is the ones that are higher up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if you increase the size of the ones on top of the wall, keep the ones below the wall. I'm just talking evergreens now. Is that a split? Maybe you can't make that call, Limhut, but I mean, we can always condition it, but I'd rather have agreements, right?
Yeah, I guess the one note of caution is that we don't know what those trees are yet. So we don't know what their growth is going to be like. So, we can't put the ones that are on this plan up there because they're not going to be successful. So we could cross our fingers and hope that works out good for us, I guess.
Well, I guess, yeah. Go ahead, Luna.
Can I make a compromise suggestion then? Because we just talked about this 8 to 10 range versus the 10 to 12 range. Would it be agreeable to just have a condition as a minimum of 10 feet high for the evergreen? Because then you know that it's not going to be 8, but it's still within the 10-foot range of the 10, 12.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
You can't even specify trees that way, though. I mean, they are specified as 8 to 10s, 10 to 12s, 12 to 14s.
But if we say it's got to be at least 10 feet, that would take out the 8 to 10 range, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it basically makes it the 10 to 12s.
No, it would be either 8 to 10 or 10 to 12. That's how that works. That's why I'm saying it should be a 10 to 12 range.
I see.
Is the applicant willing to accept that, a 10 to 12 range, or are we not sure?
I believe we had discussed with the applicant regarding the tree sizes, and he is leaning on keeping the sizes as they are. Whichever way the board may vote, we're just gonna have to go with the vote.
And Rebecca, I'm sorry, on the deciduous trees, you were suggesting.
I'm trying to bump those up too. Again, deciduous trees are very slow growing. They're not like arborvitaes that'll put up a lot of height every year. They are going to go in very small. It's going to be not doing heavy lifting. So the heavy lift is really the evergreen trees out there until the deciduous can catch up.
And how long for the deciduous to catch up?
Years and years and years and years, Cindy. They're going to be very small for a very, very long time. And when I say years and years, it's you're talking about 15 years for a tree to get, sort of.
Yeah, I guess
canopy.
I understand wanting to have more and better screening, but I guess we might be putting ourselves in an awkward spot with how our bylaws are actually written today. So if they are meeting or exceeding all of the requirements on paper, very hard pressed to how do you say no to that?
Because we do have some discretion, I think, in regard to our rules and regulations. And, we are being told in the rules and regs to protect the 111 corridor and sighting and appearance and harmony with the landscape. So this is going to be a shock. I don't mean to be harsh, but I think this is going to be a shock to most people when this thing gets cleared and constructed. So I am leaning very heavily towards the higher requirements per Rebecca's suggestion.
Limhut, can we talk about the materiality of that stone wall for a minute?
We can, but I don't believe there is any real plan to design that wall at the moment. We had talked about potentially using the big blocks for those walls.
Okay, so concrete blocks for the walls. Just when we hear emails like we received today or whatever it was over the weekend about the concern about the downtown corridor, and that building is not architecturally in tune, if I will, with our, downtown Boxborough look that we're going for, and we're talking about town center district. It's short money to put trees in there, or we can go and we can do architectural revisions. You know what I mean? If we don't want to try to do something about screening, then we should be looking at the building maybe and the materiality of things here a little closer, just to make sure that we're in pairing with a downtown Boxborough vision.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with which email you're referring to regarding.
Sorry,
downtown.
it was an email we got with blanketing a few recent developments. Limha, it wasn't specific to necessarily to this one particular project. It was something that came in as a separate application, or in a separate application, in reference to a separate application.
The reality is our bylaw today and our rules and regs today basically says you need dense screening, which they've provided.
Yeah.
It also says that you need to ensure that the overall site is protected and the view is protected from 111. The fundamental problem we have, and we talked about this on the Mass Ave corridor, and I'm not going to go down there because that's not the subject of this, but right now we can't impose design guidelines. We're going to get the trade shop aluminum buildings because we can't legislate it. We can't require anything different because it's allowed by right. So
this is actually a special permit. Is this not a special permit in this district?
Well, okay, it's a special permit. Yes, you're right. But we're doing a site plan. And under the site plan, we don't have the ability to legislate the look of the building, right? There's no design guideline that
architectural harmony.
Yeah.
With what? With the building next to it? With the DPW building? With the tree masters across the street? I mean, with what? Harmony with the neighbors. This is no different from what's being built on 111. And
but don't forget that there's residential uses next door.
If the planning board is serious about projects like this and how we go about it, then this planning board needs to get serious about the Mass Ave corridor. Until that time comes, all we can do is read the bylaw and the regs that are in front of us.
Yeah, this is fundamentally similar to their neighboring property. It's
But you have a neighboring property on one side, you got another one on the opposite side, which is a residential use. So we can't just point to the DPW. There's residential uses right next door.
I'm not talking about the DPW. I'm talking about this exact client applicant's building, which they are architecturally mimicking on this site. It is a similar building in design and in use. So it's reasonable.
And the special permit is for the use. I don't believe the special permit is for the design.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Well, that's the ZBA to make findings that there's an overall beneficial. That the project is beneficial.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can make suggestions about, you shouldn't plant this here because the deer are going to destroy it in one spring. Like that's definitely something that they should listen to, but I don't think we can really impose anything that isn't in our bylaws. We can ask nicely, but I think that's the extent of it.
Well, it doesn't say dense screening 10 years from now. It says dense screening, and I think we're struggling with that. So a little bit of wiggle room here on interpreting our own bylaws, but I think the most recent project in Codman Hill is a very good example. We tried to do the right thing there, and it's going to be a long time before that.
We got the taller trees there, didn't we?
Yeah, and drive down there 1 or 2 times a week going to the transfer station. It already looks better than what's across the street from it. So,
but we got the taller
That's not
trees
a
there.
high bar.
Did we not get
high
the
bar.
I'm sorry, did that? I thought in that project we specified taller trees.
We did. So
No.
we definitely have a precedent for this.
Right.
But I'm hearing that it's not good.
And I'm saying it's not going to be good enough for a dense screen. It doesn't provide a dense screen, but it's trying to be reasonable with applicants without overburdening them. I mean, I plant trees that are 24 feet tall. We're not asking that of them, you know?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that building is right up on the roadway. And that's a very different look. This is set back 225 feet. I mean, I don't know. I mean, sure, bigger trees are better. The applicant's saying they're not going to do it. So maybe we just close the hearing and put it to a vote.
Alec, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. So on that line of thinking, based on some of the comments I've heard tonight from members of the applicant's team, it does sound, and based on discussions I've had leading up to this hearing, it's my understanding that the applicant would like to proceed to a vote tonight. As the applicant's engineer, or one of the engineers, stated earlier this evening, if the board wishes to apply a condition, that is a way we can do this as an intermediary solution. Of course, we cannot speak for what the applicant is going to do. However, to deny on the basis of tree heights would not be, in my opinion, a strong enough argument to render a denial of the site plan approval application. Rather, I would encourage the board, if it's going to do so, to condition the height of the trees. Condition them at what you feel is appropriate, and if the applicant chooses to challenge that, that's at their discretion. But Limhood, correct me if I'm wrong here, but it sounds like the applicant's opinion is that they would like to have a decision rendered tonight. And if that's the case, I would encourage the board to continue this conversation in the form of a decision, which Ian has done a substantial revision to. He's made great effort to address each individual component of. At that point, I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chairperson. I just caution with the lateness of the hour, I think we might have to dive into the meats of this.
Okay. I mean, we can. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock. I don't know that we're going to get through much this evening of that decision, but if the board is comfortable closing the hearing, I guess I entertain a motion unless there's additional deliberation right now.
I'll motion that we close the hearing on 975 Massachusetts Avenue.
Second.
Okay, moved by Rich and seconded by Chris. Roll call as I see you. Rich Gazzardi.
Gazzardi, aye.
Chris Dowdy.
Dowdy, aye.
Cindy Markowitz.
Sorry, I was trying to make a point before the vote. I had a discussion. I don't know.
I'm sorry. I was muted. Up for deliberation.
Yeah. Is it too late to?
Is it too late, Alec? I called the vote before. Okay, folks, sorry about that. That's on me. So we had a move in a second by Chris and then deliberation.
No, my apologies. You can go to deliberation now if you want.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's what I understood from you. Thank you.
Yeah.
So my feeling is I'm willing to close the hearing, but I would like to take a vote on each of the criteria in the decision. Because I feel that we ought to be on record on each of the criteria. So, but I'm willing to close the hearing if that approach is amenable to others.
Okay, that makes sense.
I don't know what you mean, Cindy. I don't know what you mean.
So we have decision criteria under site plan approval, correct? A through H, and I would like to take votes on each of those decision criteria. As part of the decision.
You want to take 8 votes on this?
Yes.
Not just one? Okay.
Why?
Because I think there's some that maybe I would vote in favor of and some that I might not.
But it's either, well, maybe we should debate this when we get there, but if you vote nay on a criteria and it doesn't pass, does that mean the site plan approval fails?
I would like that to be in the decision. We've done that before where we voted on particular parts of a decision.
How do you have an element that fails and the whole thing passes? I'm not sure how that works.
But you need every single element to pass.
We have to go through decision criteria, and I want to be on record on some of the decision criteria. Because I may not be in agreement with each and every decision criteria. So that's what I'm trying to make sure gets incorporated.
So we would take 8 votes, 1 for each decision criteria, and then we would take an overall vote on the site plan. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, I guess that is what I'd be suggesting. And we have done this in the past where we voted on particular pieces of a decision, I believe. Am I?
Yeah, I just don't know how it works. If the majority of the board says that they disagree on a criteria, how does the majority of the board pass it? Like, to me, it's like you'd have to pass every single one of them.
Yeah.
Or you're just, I mean, maybe we need to talk about whether we're planning on not passing or if we're planning on getting to a set of conditions that are acceptable. But I agree that we need to go through each of the criteria and be comfortable that they're satisfied. I just don't understand how the vote by criteria works relative to the overall decision.
Well, then I think we should go through the criteria before we have a vote on, if that's the way the board wants to go. But we have had votes within the decision before, I believe.
So, Madam Chairperson, I am encouraging the board to go criteria by criteria, thin out, add anything necessary. It's your words, not ours. We've only provided you of a preliminary draft. I will note that unless the applicant gives you an extension, your deadline for a decision is also tonight. We can, of course, do that subject to a final written form, but things like conditions should be hashed out and finalized tonight, and criteria preferably as well. But if you needed to make final tweaks to a criteria at your next meeting, we could do so and then sign and turn in the decision that night.
Wait, don't we have 30 days from the close of the public hearing, Alex?
No, because with this site plan approval, we're already past the initial deadline. So you are on a firm clock to render a decision as well. Each one of the extensions that we grant has to both stipulate, or that we agree to, has to both stipulate the continuation of the public hearing and then the deadline for that decision. And that's always stipulated as the same night. You can ask the applicant before you close the public hearing now if they would agree to an extension of the board's deadline to render its decision or agree to an extension of the public hearing. But from what I've heard tonight, I don't know that they're going to give us that.
I'm not sure that interpretation is correct. I guess I'd like to understand that. Why do we have to make a decision the same night that we close the hearing?
Because it's site plan approval. If you're thinking about a special permit, you get 90 days after the close of public hearing.
Site plan, I thought you get 30 days, do you not?
No. The 30 days is incorporated into the overall 65-day timeline.
And we've already passed that.
Yeah, it's 10 o'clock at night right now. We're going to slam dunk this. I'm a little uncomfortable with that as well.
Who made the motion to close the public hearing?
Yeah, Rich did, and it was seconded by Chris.
Yep.
Great. Rich, can you withdraw your motion real quick?
I'll withdraw my motion real quick.
Awesome. Madam Chairperson, through you, if I could ask Limhoot a question here. Limhoot, would you and your client be prepared to offer an extension of the public hearing?
We respectfully decline.
Would you be willing to offer the board an extension of their deadline to render a written decision if the board closes its public hearing tonight?
Also respectfully decline.
Okay. So, Madam Chairperson, it's my opinion that you need to at least render a decision tonight. As I said, that can be subject to a final form of written decision. However, you need to get to whether it's an approval with conditions, or denial tonight. And with that, any condition should also be stipulated.
I don't even know how we've gotten to this point. Okay, so do we need another motion, folks? Restate your motion, please.
Motion to close the public hearing on the site plan approval for 975 Massachusetts Avenue.
And second.
Okay, moved by Rich and seconded by Chris. Thank you. Any further deliberation?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask again, how did we resolve the landscaping issue?
I don't know that has been resolved. My recommendation back to the board is to resolve it through conditions.
The seed was addressed, the height wasn't.
Yeah,
and,
it was just
agreed, and they've agreed to swap out a variety of evergreen.
And I'll just, as a reminder, Rich, your motion is just to close the public hearing, not a decision yet.
Okay, but once we close the hearing, we don't get any input from the applicant, right?
That's correct. You can continue speaking to myself, to Sue Carter as much as you'd like, but that's the extent.
Any other deliberation? Okay, in order of how I see you on screen, Chris Doughty.
Doughty, aye.
Rich Gazzardi.
Gazzardi, aye.
Cindy Markowitz.
Markowitz, aye.
And Werner, aye. Okay, thank you. Alec, you want to pull that up?
Yes, absolutely. Ian, if you could go ahead and pull up the written decision. I will just note, for the record here, we have muted the applicant. So unfortunately, no more communication there, but thank you for sticking around with us. I'm sure you're going to stick around to listen in on everything. As I noted, Ian did take the feedback of the board last time around, and he did a substantial review and amendment to the last form of the written decision. So you'll see now that each one of the various decision criteria are listed out, with responses then shown in bold. So the condition is listed in italics, and the response as we've written it in bold. Ian, if you want to zoom in on it, I think that'll give us a little bit better of a picture. Perfect. Thank you very much. So as I said, your priority tonight should be your end decision as well as your conditions, but I encourage you to go through all of it. So I leave it to your discretion, Madam Chairperson, how you want to go through this.
I think we go through it like our normal, just start, finish, and people should weigh in as they have comments when we go through these.
Sounds great. And as I said, myself, Sue Carter, Ian as well, we're here if you have any questions as you're going through these items.
So I guess there's some commentary in here. The proposal shall comply with the purpose and intent of this bylaw of the existing local and regional plans. So yeah, I think it's a fair statement to say it's allowed by special permit. We probably want a reference which is required to be provided by the Zoning Board of Appeals, not us. Aligning with the intent of the bylaw. I don't want to get into like the proposal aligns with the Boxborough master plan by supporting small scale commercial activity in the business district while also attempting to maintain the town's rural character. I'm not like, that's a commentary I'm not sure we need, or I'm not sure that it fully aligns. I went through the 2030 master plan summary and I didn't see anything about construction trades and you know, I see a lot about village style businesses, which this is not. So I just don't think we should pass judgment on how this either aligns or doesn't align with the master plan. This is a decision based on a use that's allowed by special permit and meeting the criteria of a site plan.
Yeah, I think the first sentence is probably sufficient.
Yeah. That's where I was going, Chris. You said it quicker than me.
Did you want to completely omit the second sentence? Do you think there's a way that you can edit it or change it so that it is?
I think we can just strike
Less-
everything but the first sentence. I think of criteria as very specific questions that have usually very clear answers. It's a yes, no,
Yeah.
yes, no, yes, but kind of situation.
Yeah, if you wanted to say it meets the setbacks, it meets the the landmass area, like it meets all of the requirements of the bylaw, dimensional requirements. But I mean I'm not really into starting to put in qualitative statements about the master plan and whether or not it serves certain businesses one way or another.
Yeah, because then we could end up writing novels, and we don't have time for that.
So I agree with the elimination of this section. I do think there are times when it makes sense to reference the master plan if there was a specific action item or goal in the master plan that addressed this, but it sounds like Rich already reviewed it for that, and there is not.
I looked for it, Cindy. I didn't see it. This is not like the downtown area. It's not a village style development.
Right. I just want to redirect you guys to section 1.1 of our zoning bylaw, which does identify the purpose. It's a pretty lengthy paragraph, but that should be the overriding thought when you look at this particular criteria. But I'm good with leaving the one sentence and just that.
All right, shall we move on to B?
So I guess I'm just going to say it. I don't believe that the proposed project adequately meets this criteria. I think there's going to be blasting. The terrain is going to be altered, and because there's not going to be what I consider sufficient screening. This is the section that I feel is going to be tough to meet.
Yeah, I agree with you on that too. There's a tremendous amount of cut on both and fill on both sides to make this building shoehorn into this site that the site doesn't feel like it's the most appropriate site for this to happen on it at the size and scale that it is right now.
Existing terrain. Well, so this, I'm just going to kind of read it here. Development shall be integrated into the existing terrain, surrounded by landscape, and shall be designed to protect abutting properties and community amenities. So that first section, I mean, it has been integrated into the existing terrain, right?
Well, with the blasting of a rock ledge, that's an engineered form necessary to integrate it.
But any building's going to need foundation to it, and we're all rock, so.
Okay.
I mean, it's trying to minimize the steep slope, right? So like it creates the retaining wall. I mean, depends on which vantage point you're coming at this. The terrain's the terrain, and the building sits within it, right? It can't be on the low end of it because it's all wet. So that's designed to minimize use of wetlands. It has to be up on top. And so to make it work up top, you have to blast to get it to fit within the existing terrain. So it's really depends on your vantage point. I mean, coming into it, I didn't think anybody could do anything on this piece of land, but they've shown that you can.
With a tremendous amount of disturbance, right? So minimizing steep slope, use of steep slopes, minimizing tree removals and soil removals, maximize open space. Well, they're making a lot of open space. There's like a significant amount of cut behind this building, and then the 10 feet up front, and the whole site is like incredibly graded out. It's a super engineered site.
They're still doing I'd argue they're still doing the best they can with making something work for that site.
Right. Minimize the use of wetlands, steep slopes, floodplains. I mean, I think if you look at the site, they probably couldn't have done anything differently, right? Like, I mean, I think they had one suggestion, can you access it from the other parcel? That didn't really look
silly.
Pan out. You know, you can't bring it any lower because it's wet. And then you are getting closer to 111, and while you're lower than the trail, which might be nice, you're getting much closer to 111. You'd have to build up that site, and you'd impact wetlands. So, is it within the board's purview to just judge that the site's no good, can't be done, or is it within the board's purview to say the development has been integrated into the site? Yes, there are impacts, but they've balanced all of the elements of it to the best that they can. And they worked with the board through that whole process, right? For months, we've given them feedback. Is that really the decision to get to? Or can we tell someone, no, you can't put a building there. The site's too steep and it requires blasting?
I mean, blasting comes with construction, but I think this is a massive building, Rich, and it didn't maybe necessarily need to be that big. I mean, it could have been smaller and less impactful to this particular site.
Oh, man. I don't think it's necessarily our place to say what people can do with their land in that sense. So yes, they can build a building, but if anyone's going to build something, it has to, the juice has to be worth the squeeze.
We need design guides.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like we don't currently have any.
We don't have them. We don't have them. We don't have them.
Hold someone to a standard that we don't have in writing yet. So, I think the point of contention around this one is more about like what constitutes adequate screening. And I think we can probably answer that with conditions.
No, I disagree. It's the amount of clearing, it's the amount of blasting, the amount of grading. So it's integrating it into the site. It's a subjective. This is decision criteria, and it's not just about the screenning. Although I appreciate what the applicant has proposed, but in its totality, I just don't find that this meets this proposal as stands now meets this criteria in my opinion.
Well, I guess devil's advocate, what if anything would meet it?
So a smaller building that doesn't require the kind of blasting and ledge removal. There's a huge amount of engineering just to manage the stormwater. The driveway is going to require a huge cut on 111. That might have to happen no matter what, because that's a DOT requirement, but that's still an impact to the town.
So, in fairness to the applicant, how hard did we ever push about size of building?
It's all part of the package. You guys wanted to close the hearing, and
no, but I mean, if there's a potential showstopper, I think it'd be our responsibility to highlight that early in the process, to not drag someone through. If we thought there was something that would veto the project.
Well, you're talking about integrating into the site. We've been allowing them to come back and provide as much detail and information as they could to show us how they're going to do that. We're now at the end of the process. I'm not convinced, and that's my opinion. You guys might see it otherwise. Yeah,
I mean, maybe we need a process where we tell an applicant whether or not it'll fly right out of the gate. Because, like, that building, 25 by 54, or 8 25 by 54 units, 10,800 square feet has not changed since day one. And I don't know that a smaller building, I'm not the developer, but would a smaller building not require, like, if we took half that building away, first of all, would it even be economically viable? And two, would it still not require everything that's happening?
Yeah, it would require most of what's happening, because if you need to blast, you need to blast. It might be less like square footage or cubic footage of material that needs to be shifted around, but I'm not sure that's a meaningful difference. If you have to do all this significant grading to get a big chunk that's flat enough that you can actually put a building there, you're going to need to do significant grading. And, having the size of the building, you still need to do a lot of work to get it in there. So that's where I'd argue it doesn't make a practical difference on, it could be a little bit bigger or a little bit smaller, but the impact of the terrain still happens. And if the impact of the terrain wasn't in itself a no-go, then I think they're doing here everything that we've asked, and trying to do the best they can. Taking these considerations into account, you're going to have to do something. And the only current open thing is the height. The height of trees and potentially the species, which I think they're, at least with the species, they're very open to conditioning to whatever the landscape architect tells them.
Which is hopefully sufficient.
Yeah, I mean, that's, yeah.
So, okay, so this one we're kind of split on. What about the next one?
Yeah, do you want to we can flag it and come back to it just to mark through.
Just to see how many of these are we off on?
So I'm just going back to B1, or B, yeah, I guess B1. It says the landscape plan is mimicking the existing natural woodlands view from both. It's not doing that. It's a landscape plan. I wouldn't say that it's mimicking the exact natural woodland views. It's trying to provide screening only.
Yeah, to provide adequate screening.
There's plenty of screening shown in the landscape plan, I think, period.
Yeah, and it's not right, and it's not from the conservation trail, is it? There's no screening on the back, or is there?
They do have trees.
There it is. I see it. Yeah, you're right. No, you're right.
There's also existing stuff back there that'll stay.
On the neighboring property, yes.
Oh yeah, I forgot exactly where the line is.
And
Would you guys like to move? Sorry, Cindy.
The last sentence, I think it's the southeast corner, where the wetlands replication is supposed to be, not southwest.
That is correct.
Yep, that's right.
Thank you.
Are we on 6?
Or C?
C? Oh, God.
Yeah.
I'm willing it forward. I guess this one, it's a little subjective. It says that it's in pairing with architectural styles of a few buildings, but it doesn't list others that it's not in architectural style with. And there's some right across the street from it and right next door to it that we probably should identify both, right? It's kind of not spanning this.
So are you referencing at 984, that home? Yeah, the home that's being proposed to be used for dry storage? Is that what you're talking about,
Well,
Rebecca?
there's that. There's the even the woodworking shop, there's residential uses,
Right.
I guess it is in pairing with the ones that are selected maybe, but there's other questionable non-pairings.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Yeah, the unfortunate reality on Mass Ave is the woodworking shop and the homes are nice and they're unique. Most of the properties developed along Mass Ave are these style buildings.
Yeah, it's corrugated steel.
Well, let's remember the corrugated steel buildings are in the ice. A lot of them are in the IC portion of Mass Ave. You know, earlier the applicant mentioned the library. I mean, that's also a Mass Ave building that, you know, we
That's
didn't.
very different. Yeah.
Don't need to screen that building.
Right, exactly. And I think that was the point. A nice building doesn't need a level of screening, but a corrugated steel building.
But like even further down, there's the shop that is the steel shop. That's in the B district. And then you go further down past, you know, you've got the DPW building, you have this neighboring building, the DPW building, and then you go down past the school or before this, after the bank, you have, that's a corrugated.
Yep.
So it's unfortunate, and that has to be addressed from a long-term planning perspective. Maybe there's a way to soften this that says it's not inconsistent with its neighboring property, properties. You know,
because it looks like 881, and that was the intent. Like it's a sister building.
Yep, and it's not inconsistent with the DPW building, which you can see plain as day.
Yeah, that one's obvious.
There's several like residential houses though close by. Even New England Tree Masters has that little building up front that's a little house.
Yeah, I mean, put
just down the street at that old Priestley garage, right? That's a residential house building.
So you can say it's consistent with some, but not all, or something.
I guess that's where I'm going. Is it isn't consistent with everything,
well,
right?
Consistent with other commercial buildings, right? Most of the other commercial buildings, or
no,
consistent. No.
Well, most.
Mark's building.
So that's unique, and it's very nice, but it's unique.
Yeah. And now the building across the street, which is going to be used for dry storage, that was a home, but now it's not. The building that Rebecca referenced at New England Tree Masters is a commercial building now.
Yeah, there's at least six, like seven residential units in and around this from left to right.
At bottom of the hill, that garage looks more like a house that became a garage.
I would say mostly is not inconsistent. How's that? Inconsistent with the character and scale of neighboring commercial buildings. Yeah. Is that a better way to say it? Not inconsistent with the character and scale of...
I feel like that's a double negative you don't need. Is consistent literally means the same thing as not inconsistent.
Yeah, I got you.
And I'd say some of the commercial buildings, but certainly not all. So
with some of the commercial, the character and scale of some of the commercial. But Cindy, it's hard to deny that this building mirrors several other buildings on Mass Ave. I mean, I don't know how to like, you know, I don't know, pretty that picture up anymore. I mean, it's,
you know, we asked them to splatten the roof. That was a request I made. That wasn't yeah, and I don't know if we talked to this applicant, I can't recall, about changing the material, the building material, but
I'm all in. If we want to make a design guide change and everything needs to be of wood and appear.
But I'm just saying, we asked the applicant to consider those things, and the applicant chose not to. So
they don't have to.
They don't have to, but I'm just saying this is, we're looking for
without
architectural harmony.
Without design review, I think we're still in the ask nicely territory, which we did, but oh well. So it meets the letter. D.
What else does it say at the bottom there? The screening? I'm sorry, did we?
There will be screening.
Yeah, in an effort to screen the proposed building from view, the landscaping site will include more plantings.
And I would take away in a manner similar to 881 because Bruce just walked us through that. That's a very different, the area in front is very different.
Well, can we, so and Rebecca, you know, I mean, we pushed a lot. I mean, I think, and you said, like, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but we have there's plenty of plantings. The only debate I think I'm hearing is the type of evergreen, which we'll work on later, and the size. Is that fair? Am I reading your?
That is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay.
So we should take credit for that in this. Like, I think in this write-up, if you go up just a little bit, proposed screening, which are also corrugated steel. In an effort to screen the proposed building from view, I'm sure this landscaping site will include, but I think we can say the applicant has proposed, what's the right superlative here? Like, comprehensive, or, several plantings, or robust I don't know what the right word is. Maybe robust isn't, but
in greater quantity and size.
Yeah, landscape site. Well, I think we're debating
Let's keep
size.
this factual. I mean, I don't know that we need to have opinions in this thing.
But it's more than what? More like
I see what you're
numerous.
saying. We'll include
numerous plantings.
Plantings.
Property. Dense screening. Like,
it's not dense screening. I mean, I would just strike more.
Screening. Yeah. Include plantings to screen.
To screen the property, period, I would again delete in a manner similar to 881.
So I guess my only point is they did a lot in terms of adding plantings, and we can debate that, well, I don't want to be qualitative about a lot, but we're about ready to get qualitative on the other item about what dense means. So
this is not a dense planting by any way, shape, or form, Rich. Not at all.
I said a lot. I didn't say dense.
It's not a lot of planting.
I thought it was.
No, they've cleared the site on this thing.
2.4 acres
planting.
Yeah, there's a lot of trees around where they have to clear where the building is.
Yeah, I mean, are they planting 50 trees?
And like the wetland, they're leaving alone.
No, they're disturbing the wetland and replicating 1,200 square feet of wetland.
Like the hill going up there is what I mean. That space.
We gave waivers on multiple tree plantings on this project. I just want to point that out. Like the plantings in the parking lot, the street tree plantings, we gave waivers on all of that stuff.
I'm counting 120 plantings on their plan.
Those have got to be including shrubs and perennials.
So you can subtract the 60 shrubs and perennials. It's 80.
And multiple waivers to reduce the trees.
All right. It's just they planted trees. A lot more trees than are in the front of the DPW, a lot more trees in front of a lot of buildings.
I don't know how they got away with doing those things without planting the front of those buildings, but that's another conversation for another day.
We're going on to D.
I would rather see language here that sort of mimics the, the proposed project will meet the Massachusetts stormwater standards. You don't have to explain what the system is necessarily, but I think that needs a little work. Is designed to meet the Massachusetts stormwater standards and will improve water quality or something to that effect. What's that? Prevent pollution surface groundwater. I mean, you can work on that language. We don't need to get it right now. Stormwater management requirements is what you're looking for.
Is that sufficient? Did the board want to see this omitted?
Well, that's all part of meeting the stormwater bylaw requirements, right? All that.
Yeah, I mean, I like you saying something about, they've designed a stormwater management system that includes a detention basin or whatever. I can't come up with the wording right now.
Water will then be fed into a large infiltration main that will further reduce the volume of peak flow. I mean, I'm okay with what's written there. Is it?
Yeah, I'm fine with leaving it. If you don't want to, if you want to call out some of what they did specifically, then sure. I think this works.
This I didn't understand. Are we moving on to E?
What part? The guardrails? Or
Yeah, it says the applicant expects almost all visitors to enter the property by car or truck. How else would they enter? And I think that's just the statement.
This was I can definitely fix this. It was based off an email or the waiver request, I believe, that specifically mentioned pedestrians and bikers not expected to enter the property.
Well, I think the first thing that happened is the entranceway was moved, correct?
Yeah, it was moved to have a better
sight line.
Yeah, and angle for like if a fire truck needed to come in.
Right, so the entrance point was put at a location that was determined to be most safe in terms of sight line and truck entrance and exit.
Also offset to Sarah's Way.
And
that was the main thing.
Yep, and offset to adjacent Sarah's Way.
There's no pedestrian accommodation on this, is there, Sue, on any of the circulation? Like there's no sidewalk up this driveway or anything, is there?
Yeah, I think that's what that clause was about. Like we don't expect any pedestrians ever to have a reason to walk up here. So that's why.
Yeah. And you they asked for a waiver of bike racks, so you expect everybody to be by a vehicle and not bicycle or on foot.
If we're calling out the 20-foot width of road driveway, do we need to say anything about the opening?
Yeah, I would definitely want to add the, due to DOT requirements, there's a 72-foot wide opening on Mass Ave, but once the property line, it's a 24-foot wide opening, something to that effect, because that's still a concern of mine as well.
Didn't they put a guardrail at the top of the building as well? Is that what you mean, the wood guard the guardrails are along the driveway, or are you talking about the guardrail at the top of the building?
I was specifically talking about
Along
these
the
ones here,
driveway,
but they
yeah.
do go up here as well.
Yeah, they install
bel-
those, right,
Yeah,
for
okay.
pedestrian safety, or, yeah, employee safety.
So you talk
Did
about the
you-
72-foot opening, but then you say driveway is 20 feet wide, but it's really a 24-foot then I guess it narrows down to 20 feet, right?
Yeah, you want me to show that gradual, the,
Narrowing to 24 feet and then eventually 20 feet.
Question. Do you need to go into such detail in the decision if you're going to be approving it per the plans that you list?
Ah, good question.
I'm just thinking this is taking a lot of detail and it's making your decision long. Do you feel that you need to do it? Can you say as shown on the design plan or the plan set?
Well, again, I'm not convinced that the opening is a positive thing. Yes, it does provide convenience and safety. I guess that's, let me just reread this. Yeah, I guess the width of the opening does.
That's a good, is that a better, I like that, Sue. I mean, could we just say that, yes, per the site plan, and you could always say that, driveway location, width, guardrails have all been incorporated, per the plan.
Because I think the only time you need to really spell things out in the plan is if it's super critical and it's not clear on the plan. But a lot of times things are per the approved plans.
Yeah, the only reason I said it was because we have the 20-foot width on there. So one way or another, I suppose.
Well, the one thing about the 20 feet wide is that's also required by building code or fire code for access to a building.
And so just remind me, this is a 7% grade road. What's the max that we allow for?
You don't specify for site plans.
What's in our subdivision?
I think you allow steeper. I'm not sure if this was 5 or 7%. Let me see if I can. Oh, I only have reduced plans with me.
Okay, I thought you might know off the top of your head.
Yeah, no, I've been bouncing between too many different plans. I'd hate to say the wrong thing and have it end up in the decision incorrect. Cindy, I think it was more like a 5%, which is.
It says a maximum slope of 7% down the way a little bit.
Okay.
Right. And I'm sorry, that's why I was asking what are our site plan rules and regs. So I was trying to find it and I couldn't find, our subdivision regs. Oh boy. I couldn't find it.
We good with I or E? Is I one of the numbers or letters in the lettering?
Yes.
Yeah.
These are technically numbers.
Yeah, it's the Roman numeral 1 because it's the way it's formatting. The lowercase letters, then Roman numerals, because the capital letters get the Arabic numbers.
I'm good with F, I think.
Yeah.
Did we want to reference a specific plan as we've been mentioning?
I think the, a sheet, the site plan, I think, shows that. I'm okay with the way it is. I think the next one's probably fine.
Yep. The F and G look good. H. Yeah, and H we already talked about.
I think there's enough width.
Yeah, we already talked about the driveway, so I think we're good. Oh. Emergency vehicle access.
Hold on, don't go past that yet. Just catching up.
Okay, and I it's not town center, so don't care.
I'd rather than saying the vehicle access has been rendered, I would say the fire department has indicated. Did we get a letter finally? I thought there was some email back and forth.
Yeah, there was an email correspondence.
Was it a sign off from the fire department? It was kind of I don't remember the last correspondence, but
there were several exchanges back and forth after the applicant provided the final round of comments. Sean had no further comment, but he did not confirm that via email. I did, however, speak to him, and he said no further comment at this time.
Well, again, we need to get that stuff in writing as far as I'm concerned. So I'm sorry, did you change that language or?
So I guess you could say it was provided to the fire department and they had no further concerns. I agree. It would be nice and clean and buttoned up if you got something in writing from the fire department saying like everything's good, with a thumbs up emoji. But it's just yeah.
No, well, the discuss doesn't help. I think you just have to acknowledge the fire department. And can we say they've approved it, or we need to be more definitive here.
I guess you could say the fire department had no further concerns. Because if the exact wording we have is have no comment, then they didn't have any concerns.
I don't want to put words in their mouth.
Well, I remember something about them wanting to have a address marker. Did that get because they didn't want to have a sign?
Yeah, they were going to be similar to their.
They wanted it gated.
Similar to 881, they were going to have mailboxes with a big obvious number. Because yes, I do remember they just wanted to have a clear, obvious marker of what this driveway is for this address. Because if they're racing to an emergency there.
Yeah, we get it. And they were going to have a gate on it for safety.
Yeah. Well, they talked them out of the gate, but I think we ought to have a condition in here if this thing goes forward that the fire department provides
written comment
approval on those outstanding items.
Hey, Just to keep it in perspective, remember the fire department has to sign off on the building permit and the occupancy permit. So they have a lot more criteria than what you guys see as a planning board that they're going to be checking and signing off on. So I'm not sure you need to get too worried about them, because they're probably one of the biggest departments that has an opportunity for input even after your decision.
Right, but we should close the loop on the things that, we know that they've been corresponding with.
Yeah, I mean, if you say that, their concerns have been adequately addressed. And then if there's other stuff, they'll bring it up when they, under their review of the building permit application. I would just leave it adequately addressed.
The board like to revisit item B or go through the box water stormwater management standards?
Was B the only one that was in contention?
From my understanding, it's the only one that we did not move past without noting that we should come back to it.
Okay.
Well, C was still under some discussion, but we can keep going. I'm not, with stormwater stuff, I think is too verbose. I know I wanted to see what, kind of do a tick and tie to show that we've addressed each of these things, but it felt a little bit, I did a quick read of this. You've got acronyms in there that aren't defined. I mean, this is too much detail, but, without going through it, I didn't go through it line by line to make these edits, so. I think did Sue write a letter to address each and every one of these? Like, do we have sign off on each of these, Sue, or by standard?
Yeah, they addressed all my drainage concerns.
But have you gone through the stormwater, the standards and?
Yeah. That was done a long time ago, and then we just tweaked things like getting test holes in the bottom of the basins, things like that, and some with the sizing. I mean, if you wanted to do it as simple, you could just go through, and after each one, you could say it was addressed.
Yeah,
addressed in the stormwater management plan, and that way you don't have to go into how it was done, or addressed through stormwater management plan and approved site plans. And that may be a faster way.
I'm good with that. Approved per stormwater management plan.
Or stormwater management, stormwater management plan or your drainage calcs and approved site plan.
And just put that for each of them?
I think so, because we went through that. If somebody has a question about it, they can always go back to your record. And see, what your public record on this project was, sorry.
Did they make revisions? I assume the stormwater management plans, I think, listed in as an exhibit, right? So.
Yep, and they revised it until I was satisfied with it, and they got the additional calcs and stuff in it, so yeah.
Right, so you have to put, I don't know if you have to date the date of the plan or whatever, but.
Well, it's already in your exhibits, so it would be as last revised.
Yeah, that's what I mean, you have to.
Yep.
most recently revised or something to
Yep.
that effect.
That last one that you had, you might want to keep in there so it's clear that,
Oh yeah.
because that gives you some good numbers. So if somebody looked back or if they wanted to modify it, they could see what was in the decision that you approved.
And can you not, I mean, CDS, I'm not even sure I know what that is.
It's a particular brand, stormwater treatment unit.
Then it should note that. Pre-treatment unit.
Well, you could say contact CDS, hydrodynamic pre-treatment system. And that way, and all you have to do is Google it and they'll know exactly what it is. But the hydrodynamic is a generic term for what context CDS unit is.
These ones were not applicable.
So I have a question for you. A lot of what you're doing is you're pulling out word for word what your regulations say. Do you want to just refer back to it? Because you're reiterating all the criteria of the regulations. Do you feel that I'm just looking, you've got a really long, wordy decision. Do you want to scale it back or do you want all the details?
I think it's better to cite the regulations.
Yeah, I'm not, I think I hear what you're saying, so I think we can truncate a lot of this. I mean, I know.
Yeah, I mean, if you use the main category, I don't think you necessarily have to go through, like, I'm looking at the top of the screen, average pollutant removal is X, Y, or Z, the different management ways of doing it. I'm not sure you need to go into that level of detail of your criteria in the decision.
What if we change numbering or add a section or, and then have to look at this 10 years down the road? I'm being devil's advocate right now.
Well, I think you have it, if you kept just the number 5, I think you have it, and then you don't have to say how you can achieve those. We just said that that's what the criteria was, and they met it. Because when you talk about, because the one above it, you say it met the 95% TSS, 66% total nitrogen or total phosphorus reduction. So you've got that information in there. So I'm not sure you have to say how it can be achieved. That's more for giving design guidance and not necessarily criteria.
Sue, sorry, are you recommending to omit any of standard 4, seeing that we do
standard 4, I'll go back. Standard 4, just the top. You've got it, but I don't think you need to list all the subsections on how you achieve that, and you list all the alternative methodology where we've said they do meet it.
removing these then.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
The big picture. This is the category, and then we said they meet it. We don't need to say all the options of how they could meet it. We just know that they did meet it. If that makes sense.
The board want to continue going through these. These were included in the last version of the decision.
I'm not sure I looked at the last version of the decision, and I apologize for that.
I will note for the board, historically, you have not addressed these sections in writing, but I leave it to your discretion if you wish to do so here. As always, what we can do to thin out a decision does make it easier to enforce later on.
I guess my thought was just if we have the general stuff,
I mean, I think these go under the criteria.
yeah.
I think we've addressed, that's the place to address these. I know, Ian, I'm a stickler for calling out the bylaws and where we meet them, but I think we do it in the criteria.
If I'm hearing no other comment, I'll get rid of this section. All right.
Yeah, I just was looking at your total number of pages, and I think having too much in it detracts from your specific conditions like you're going to have for landscaping. So I think maybe less is more.
Yep.
Okay. Did we want to address this? Did we want to go through with the conditions and try to go through those?
Let's go through the conditions so we can get through this one pass and then revisit whatever we need to go back to.
Sounds good.
Good idea.
I will also include that, sorry, I didn't see it until now. I did include a request for waivers section. However, this is very derivative of the letter that the applicant has put in.
And you do need to vote individually on those or as a block. The board needs to approve those even though it's embedded in the decision.
I think we already did vote on those, right?
Did you?
To give direction.
No.
No, we nodded that we were okay with them.
Oh, okay.
We didn't have a formal vote.
I mean, you can vote on the waivers as a block, but I think you want to have the approved, the board approved.
Yes.
Or,
So
at the end of it, say approved.
yes. So typically you would either do these one by one if you plan to deny one. Alternatively, you can do it as one block of the remaining waivers. But I will note, Ian, if you jump to the last waiver on here, I believe the applicant has now addressed that, specifically providing the rendering. So that right there, we can cross off. Unless the board feels otherwise, but I believe the rendering they provided satisfies that requirement.
Do we have to mention it here because it was in their letter?
No, in their submission, they've complied with the requirement. As a note, these are waivers not to the decision criteria, but waivers to the application criteria. In this regard, they've fulfilled that criteria, as you were not going to grant the waiver.
So do we just make a motion to do a block approval of the waivers, or we wait till the end? Wait till we get through everything?
I'd wait till you get through everything.
All right.
And then look at the waivers and confirm that you are in approval of those waivers. If so, then you approve all waivers as stipulated in the decision.
Okay.
So I will say the conditions went largely unchanged from the last version, which we did go through in some depth. In an attempt to summarize the concerns of the applicant, Alec and I put this together, obviously not in a final form, so this might be a good starting point. However, if you guys had comments on the conditions that were supplied to you in this version of the draft, more than happy to hear them.
Well, do we need to say I see where you're going with the language. Do we need to provide the 10 to 12 feet minimum, or do we just say final tree species and size shall be subject to, is it all species or is it just?
I would, Madam Chairperson, my apologies to jump in here. I would take those two separately. I only heard one of them that is likely to be challenged, if at all. So I would do the size separately from the species. The applicant's engineer indicated that they would that they indicated in one condition that the town's landscape architect through Places Associates could approve the species. However, the size I would do separately. I would not wed those two together.
Yeah, I mean, sort of. They kind of do go hand in hand if we don't know what the species is, but
well, the other thing I would say is that you could do it subject to final approval by planning board staff, in which case they can get feedback from Places and from Rebecca as to see whether or not it's appropriate.
yeah, that's fine with me.
And don't forget, you also they agreed to change your seed mix to include woody plants in it, or woodland plants. So even though they agreed to it, you want to make sure it goes in the decision, because that can fall through the cracks.
Yeah, I agree. I think just tacking that on underneath these two, just adding another one should be sufficient.
So 17 is still referencing size. If you want to pull it out.
Yeah.
The word size here.
And size.
And size. Okay. And
there
Rebecca, was this any issue here? Because some of them are measured by caliper.
Yeah, so the deciduous trees are going to be caliper inches. The evergreen trees are going to be by feet.
Okay.
Height. So that's just a standard.
And I noticed
you might have to do deciduous and you might have to do evergreen as two separates.
Yeah, because what is this one? The dogwood is for some reason measured in height.
I called that out a while ago too. But I would just say deciduous trees.
Well, I think you want to say the evergreen trees shall be planted at a size of at least 10 to 12 feet. And then deciduous trees shall be, what size caliper were you saying?
We had 3.5 to, let me just double check my notes.
That can even, I would think, go in with oh no, we want
3.5 to 4.
It's a caliper.
Yeah, caliper inches.
Is that your recommended caliper inches, or is that what they're proposing?
That was my recommendation.
I just want to make sure I have the verbiage right. At a size of 3 to 4 caliper inches.
3.5 to 4 inches 3.5 to 4 caliper inches. 3.5 to 4 inches. Or caliper inches, yeah.
And Sue, if you don't mind, before we had gotten into that, it was about woody.
Yep.
Tree mix was
that for the slope planting, Rebecca?
Yes, for that they have a grass planting there, but I was saying it should be a woodland seed mix. Stabilizing the slope.
Was it a conservation?
I think a conservation, a conservation mix is awesome.
A conservation mix shall include
woodland species.
Woodland species.
anything about the slope or the stabilization?
I think so.
I think they were using it on all the sort of the rough areas around the site, so I think we can just leave it conservation seed mix. I think that covers us.
Okay.
Because if they have questions when they go to, build it, they can call up my office, and I think having been here, we'll know what the intent was.
What's the, by going to the 3.5 to 4 caliper? Sorry, what was in their plan? I have it up here. I could probably just look at it.
2.5
Is this
to
what
3.
you're looking for? Yeah.
The next bracket bigger.
Okay. Three
Yeah,
now.
the reason why they're balking at that is because they may need a tree spade to put them in. Is that big enough for tree spade or still a backhoe?
Yeah, I think they could get away with a backhoe for that.
Okay.
Ian, real quick, under number 17, if you could change out town planner to town engineer.
How about town engineer or agent?
Yep, that works.
Better.
And that way you're covered.
I know the limit of my areas of expertise, and it is not in species.
Yep, but that covers it for Bill, or if you guys at some point have an arborist on staff, you've got it covered.
Yep.
On number 21, I mean, there was mention above about they were going to do all their work inside, but shouldn't that be a condition that, I don't know how to state it, but, work, all work shall be conducted inside the building or something to that effect, but I don't know how we said it both before, but
Was that in another condition? I can't remember.
I think it was in a finding or
Yeah, I think. Okay.
I just am reading, on 20, it should be shall, not will. Sorry, conservation seed mix shall include instead of will.
Cindy,
Sometimes my brain kicks in.
Do you know which finding that was?
You've got the document there. You have to go up. You can search on, what word would be good to search on? I don't know.
I don't see it in there.
Yeah, I don't see it in there.
Ian, go ahead and scroll back down to the conditions. Find a nice little place towards the end of conditions, not at the very end, but towards the end. There we go. Before we get to prior to the issuance. So a new number 26. Let's see. Operations of the site and individual contractors shall be strictly limited to interior spaces. And that should cover us.
And that is for ongoing and not necessarily for just construction.
Yes, that's why I tagged it as operations and individual.
Okay.
Did we have one about lighting that I'm not able to find right now? Oh, thank you. Do we want to say something similar to our last hearing about timers or
you have that on number 15, timers and or motion centers.
Beautiful, thank you. And I think we need to address the sidewalk issue, sidewalk funding.
Good point.
Sentence?
I think it's in there somewhere. And I didn't like I don't like how a gift to the amount. Is it a gift or is it a contribution or
That is it's what was used in past ones. It's fine to reword it. Contribution.
I would like contribution, yeah.
Except for we say contribution right afterwards.
Oh.
Because I think technically it is a gift, right? Technically.
How about shall provide the amount of or contribution?
Sorry.
Don't be sorry. Thanks for doing this live.
Like, I don't know what keyboard shortcut that was to open the calculator, but you found it.
Did you guys get that too? Sorry.
So I'll provide the amount of $31,000 to the select board for a, or either way. Sorry, you took it out already.
Yeah. That way you keep contribution with
Provide
the second one.
Yeah.
You can just reject that change. You right click on it.
Do you want to say in lieu of or anything like that? Did we already?
You already did. In lieu of construction.
Per
the amount.
You want to reference the site plan regs or no?
I think it's fine.
Do we have an exhibit for that calculation?
Or 1 or 6. Sorry, were you mentioning
exhibit for the amount of 31,000? How that was calculated? I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, we do. I don't believe it's been assigned an exhibit number yet, but I will.
So for now, just leave a blank reference. We can update that at any time.
No. Should I change this to exhibit to reference the specific exhibit of the most revised landscaping plan? Subject to
Rebecca,
some following conditions.
Through the revisions they've made to their landscaping plan, I think they've corrected everything that was shown in your previous exhibit. Is that correct?
No, I mean, the things that we've called out tonight in the conditions were not captured, right? So they did add 5 trees.
Is it before building permit or is it before some other milestone? When do we ask for these things to be? I guess it is building permit.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm pausing here only because we've tagged the other elements to the pre-construction meeting. So
I think this should happen earlier in the game for sure.
Yeah, let's leave it as is, and rather than list out reflect blank 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 blank, read that or revise that to read to reflect conditions. And then what numbers were those?
18, 19, and 20, was it?
Yes.
Oh, 17.
18, 19, and 20.
Just
17 through 20.
If those move, that your reference changes with them.
Yep, we'll just have to confirm that number when we accept all the changes and double check that those are accurate. But that should be sufficient. Sue, we'll just have to do this pre-construction meeting before we formally issue the building permit. That's all.
That makes sense.
Yep.
Can I go down slowly if anybody has any changes?
That's an awkward sentence right at the top there, to assess for protection of existing trees. And you say to assess that adequate protection of existing trees. Or something to assess. the adequate protection is in place or something to that effect. Just an awkward sentence.
Even the first sentence, the limit of clearing shall be delineated at the bottom of the grade.
He did like a 10-foot offset, so they were clearing more than they needed to.
So that was very specific to one area?
It was all along the toe of slope. And I said, that was my issue with him. I said, there may be significant trees that are in that 10 feet that could be retained. How about delineated in the field? And then, wait a minute. Oh, we asked him to move it in tight to the toe of the slope. Shall be modified to the toe of the slope. Does that make more sense?
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, my brain is not firing fully.
That's why I'm throwing it out there for somebody else to say yes or no.
No, that sounds good, Sue.
Slope.
Is there only one slope? I mean, is that?
Let's slope all the way around the site. There's whether it's a cut or a fill slope.
Toe of slope is a term.
Yep. So you could start a clearing and a pre-assessment site subject adjacent to the limit of clearing. Site work shall include the town engineer to evaluate potential or the retention of existing trees along the edge of clearing. Does that sound better?
Yes, I think so.
And well, I want to make sure and potentially modify as needed or something. Evaluate the retention and modify
existing trees along the edge of clearing that could be
enforce,
preserve.
Well, if you're evaluating the retention, it means you're trying to save them. Do you want to say to be included in the tree protection plan? Would that add to it?
That better.
Along the edge of clearing, to include in the tree protection plan. If you hear me yell, my cats are getting feisty and one of them just tried to grab my foot.
So I'm sorry, just let me understand. The site walk, you're going to determine whether they're adequately identified where they're going to retain trees, and then they have to then put that in the tree protection plan. Is it not too late at that point?
No, so Sue, correct me if I'm wrong, but effectively they would on site, they would mark they would mark the limit of clearing. They would also present to us a plan set that demonstrates and reflects the exact limit of clearing. And we would confirm on site that that is adequate.
Right. And if on the fringe of that, say there's a 18-inch oak tree that they can work around and preserve, we're going to make them do it. There's some pretty big trees out there that they don't have located, and this is just an attempt to save them if we can.
That's great, Sue. Thank you.
Yeah, just the beginning of that sentence just is awkward. You mean the limit of clearing shown on the current plans shall be modified in the field?
Yes. How about the plans shall modify the limit of clearing to the toe of the slope?
I mean, now we're asking for revised plans, so I mean, that's not what we usually do, right?
Well, then we talk about revised plans to the town planner.
In this case, we are expecting multiple revisions after approval anyways, or after decision regardless. So at this point, I think it makes sense to just include the language that the plan shall be revised to demonstrate the limit of clearing shall be modified to the toe of the slope.
And Cindy, that's only an improved situation, right? It's not going to step backwards. It's only going to step forward.
Yeah, I understand that. It didn't make sense the way it was written.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I'm sorry, did I capture that accurately? The plan shall be modified? What was the discussion there?
The plan shall be modified to,
reflect the limit of clearing at the toe of slope, right?
yeah.
And if it helps put anyone's mind at ease, we can make simple grammatical changes after the fact to these, so long as it maintains the intent of the condition. So
Yeah.
we can wordsmith to just make the sentence flow correctly.
Great. Let's keep going.
Okay, wait a minute. That top sentence, town engineer to evaluate the retention of existing trees along the edge of clearing to include in the tree protection plan. To be,
Sure.
thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Is there a timeline on this number 10? By when?
Well, all of this has to be done prior to issuing the oh wait, number 10. Sorry about that. There are various milestones throughout this. So we effectively have to keep doing this up until the certificate of occupancy. Sue and the team will account their expenses to date, and that'll have to be paid prior to us actually releasing the decision itself back to the applicant for recording. And then prior to issuing the final certificate of occupancy, Sue and the team will again do an accounting of their full billing up until that point for site inspections, any consultation throughout, and then they'll pay that as well before the final certificate of occupancy. Multiple milestones built into the individual condition.
Okay. Oh, is 11 both a construction and operational?
11 is a perpetuity. You have a pre and post construction bylaw, so it carries through.
Okay.
Is that our standard regular hours, 7 to 7, that we imposed? Is that weekdays?
I believe you had discussed these directly with the applicant.
Including weekends, did we?
It should reflect weekdays.
And what do we typically do on weekends? Limited hours on Saturdays?
Yes, it's not unheard of to do limited hours on Saturdays.
Are we screwing with something we already talked? I don't think we would say 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. I mean, this is a trade shop, so people are in and out. It's not a huge nuisance, but I wouldn't think 7 to 7 on a Sunday is.
No, I would do this as Monday through Saturday, just to really cover yourself here, because there is work that gets done by contractors on Saturdays.
Or do we want to just refer to our bylaws?
That's sufficient.
What do our bylaws say?
I'm looking them up right now.
I think it's in the general bylaw.
I thought you gave them some flexibility because they were contractors and giving them an earlier start time.
Yeah, my understanding was that
we start work.
Yeah, my understanding, my recollection was we had discussed these hours directly with the applicant.
Yeah, that sounds right. I think, yeah, I'm fuzzy on the specifics right at this second, but I think we talked it through with them. So I would want to. I trust that what's written there. I think we already talked through.
But Chris, I think saying Monday through Saturday probably does it, right? Do you recall us getting into a Sunday discussion?
I do not.
It would be quite unheard of if the town or if this board allowed construction activities or operation on a Sunday.
Yeah, so Monday through
This
Saturday.
is operation, right? Yeah, Monday through Saturday.
Yeah, I just checked the general bylaws. I didn't see it in there.
Yeah, I'm not finding it either.
So I think the 7 to 7 was just what was negotiated.
And on 23, the second sentence has an extra space before A.
What a catch.
Yeah. People who used to use physical typewriters make 2 spaces after a period. People who learned with a word processor use 1. That's what I learned from my mom typing with an actual typewriter because you needed it in the room.
It's because those type fonts,
Yeah,
had 2 spaces. You couldn't tell.
If you ever had a capital letter and you slapped the one before and it got jammed, raging. But yeah.
Okay, any other comments happening here? Press an 11:30.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Madam Chairperson, I think it makes the most sense to jump back up to the waivers and just confirm that the board has agreed to all of those.
So can we scroll to the bottom of this thing just to make sure that everybody's looking at this last couple?
Yes, good call.
7.
Sorry, I was paused.
Got excited. It's fine.
Okay, I'm fine with these things if everybody else is.
I'm good.
Yep. So.
Hold on, that all work shall be done in accordance with, which is number 30. Unless a change is requested in writing by the applicant. So we know they're going to provide plans, revisions to the plan. So how do we? This is the part that I'm a little uncomfortable with. You say they're going to provide revised plans. We need to know.
Put a comma after the number 1. As modified herein. And then real quick, you're going to go ahead and just highlight what I just told you.
Sorry, where?
So highlight what I just had you type.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And you're going to cut that. And you're going to put it instead after the word decision. And that covers you.
Well, I don't know. That's a little circuitous. Plans listed in condition 1. Well, I think we've been advised not to do it this way, so I'm a little uncomfortable with having submittal plans after the fact. Maybe that happens more, but
in this case, Cindy, you're doing it for very specific revisions.
Yeah,
You're not
right.
leaving it wide open saying that, you have to modify it without telling them specifically what.
All right. Well, when you go back to reread this thing, Alex, just make sure you're very specific about which modifications you're expecting.
Yep.
Okay, can we go back up to the top?
Just up to the waivers real quick, Ian. Perfect. Down to very few by the end.
Is this where we had this isn't where we had the question with the board, right?
No. I just think it's relevant that you quickly review. There's only 3 of them here, but just confirm that that these are sufficient.
Yeah, those are what we talked about.
Yep. We talked about it and nodded, but we didn't officially vote.
Well, also you wanted to check these numbers here, right?
Yeah.
Still 11.
No, because they took out one of those trees, right, Rebecca?
Oh.
There's not 11, the drive aisle. What's
It
the
is.
drive aisle?
On the right-hand side, as you're first coming up the driveway, they were doing 3, but they could only find room for 2.
Is that the drive aisle? What is a drive aisle? It's not a driveway.
Driveway would be correct.
There still are 9 around the parking areas.
Okay.
And then what's the other one?
Row of 11 trees along the front of the proposed building and drive aisle.
Oh, is that the wall? Along the wall?
Yeah, that must be the wall.
Because that's 11 on the
Yeah,
most recent plan.
That would be at the top of the wall behind the guardrail.
Yeah, there's 11 little evergreens drawn by.
11 big evergreens.
The circles are small.
They're little on the dry. They're littler than the deciduous trees.
Yes.
I'm good with these.
Yep, and don't need bikes because no one's riding a bike up there.
Do we have to vote these?
Yes, it would be a motion to approve the waivers as stated in the decision.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Chris, seconded by Rich. Any discussion? Hearing none. As I see you, Rich Gazzardi.
Gazzardi, aye.
Chris Dowdy.
Dowdy, aye.
Cindy Markowitz.
Markowitz, aye.
Werner, aye. Okay. We had one criteria that was being questioned by both or by members of the board, so we need to pull that back up, Ian.
Yeah. Do our conditions as written satisfy that for you?
B,
We wrote
it
in the
was.
taller trees.
That's correct, Ian. Yes.
All right. Am I not sharing? Oh,
No, it's not up yet.
there we go.
Thank you.
Well, does let's because I know we were focused on existing terrain and surrounding landscape. Does it protect abutting properties and community amenities? And you've got trees on the back side of the trail. It doesn't interfere with the trail. You don't have this, the height of the building isn't tremendous versus the trail height. I'm just trying to break it apart, right? As you kind of see what are the areas of concern.
Well, I think it's still an impact to the Steel Farm Trail. So it's not protecting the trail. It's trying to mitigate it, but it's still going to be visible from the trail. So my answer would be no, it does not do that necessarily protect community amenities because there is an impact to the trail.
But it doesn't take the trail away.
No.
Are you arguing that nothing they could do would ever make it?
It's visible from the trail, and therefore I would say it does not protect that particular amenity.
So being able to see the building is a veto.
That's correct.
So I don't see a way that they could satisfy that without a physical wall of 25 feet high. Because on the trail, the building is, you're above the bottom of the building, but you're about 10 feet up, I think, if I remember correctly. So you're about,
Yeah.
so the building will be about 24 feet above you if you're standing on the trail. There are trees there. There's some big trees there, but you can see between them.
The question was asked, does it protect the community amenity? And my opinion is no, it does not. You don't have to describe what I understand what the mitigation.
Okay, I'm just clarifying.
Yeah.
Does the building site, is it designed to minimize use of wetlands?
You're building back from it to try to.
Yeah.
And steep slopes, I mean, it goes into the slope, or it's kind of on the high end of the slope. But it does that to stay out of wetlands. I mean, I don't know, is the way to write this like, well, not ideal, the site is not ideal.
But they're making reasonable efforts to
Right.
to make it fit.
Well, the site is not ideal for construction of a building due to the slope and due to the slope.
Excuse me.
Necessitating, significant land, what do we call it? Regrading, movement, ledge, what is it, ledge mitigation or ledge removal. The applicant has done, has worked with planning board in an effort to mitigate and balance overall site development, mitigate these to achieve an overall balanced approach.
Well, I think that's a little bit subjective, Rich. You can say the applicant has worked to mitigate the impacts. I don't know whether you call it a balanced approach.
Yeah,
but
no, that's fair.
That's subjective.
Mitigate these concerns.
Attempted to mitigate these concerns.
In an effort to mitigate, in an attempt.
Well, yeah, mitigating is just makes less than. So you can argue whether it's enough. So I think to mitigate these concerns is fair and accurate. One can argue that it doesn't go far enough, but
they've proposed this screening shown in their landscape plan from both rule terrain. I mean, do we want to say something in here that with the board's condition do we want to get into conditions here or not really? No.
Sue, can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Looking at the plans for the northern side of the property along the trail, I don't see a safety railing up there above that cut.
No, they didn't propose it.
That's worrisome.
Sue, is that typically something that would be required by building or fire code?
Building code usually requires them if you've got more than a 4-foot drop.
So let's make a note. Regardless of what it shows on the plan set, we'll just make a note to remind Ed of that at the time of a building permit. But that would be required prior to issuance of a building permit. So it's certainly more than a 4-foot drop, correct?
Yes.
from the back, from the trail to the building?
Yeah, I'm just, kids cutting through to go to Blanchard and stuff like that, that looks a little.
Yeah, they have
scary.
a retaining wall, and that's where you want the cut not to be more than 4 feet.
So that's a code thing? Do we need to say it in the conditions, or is that just a code thing?
No, the building code supersedes your site plan decision.
Okay.
You may want to flag it out so the building inspector is more aware of it, because it may get buried in the overall site plan.
Yeah, that seems like could be a big issue.
I've made a note for it here, and I will attach that to the decision when we hand it to Ed.
Thank you. Sorry, I did not mean to derail this bit of conversation. I just was looking.
Well, it's a good catch.
Yeah, so after that insert, just makes the point they've proposed planted screening. Shown the plan. Fill under the proposed footprint. I'm okay with the way it's written.
Okay, and visualized the planted screenings. Yeah, and visualize.
Okay, any other comments on this section? Hearing none.
I would spell out square feet and approximately. I think those are important. Has the Conservation Commission made any determinations on the wetlands?
No, the Conservation Commission has been waiting for the planning board to render their decision.
I don't have any more comments.
Ian, once you're done typing these parts, if you just want to accept the changes so the board can read it without the red line, I just want them to have that opportunity. This specific one, section B.
Yeah. How's that? Is there an easier way I can accept all these at the same time?
Nope. That's the important part is clear.
All right.
You can accept everything in the whole document at once.
Great. Yeah.
That you can go up to in review and accept all changes.
Let's not do that right now.
Yeah, we might.
Sorry.
I'm gonna say I need to see the red lines, so when I get to special land use council, he can see where we were poking and prying.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments here?
So for the formatting ones, if you want to clear those, you can highlight that whole paragraph and then right click and accept those changes. If you just right click in that mess. Yeah, those are accepting the individual ones. If you highlight the paragraph and then click on the highlighted text, it should go all of them. It might not let you on
You're missing it. All right.
Depends on the version. Word.
Ian can play with all of this.
Sorry.
It's not 11:45 at night.
I was hoping to save him an hour later, but yeah.
Any additional comments here on this particular paragraph, I guess?
Nope.
It's our pinch point.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best language we can come up with. I'm still not enamored with the ability to meet it, but that will come out.
Madam Chairperson, are you ready for a vote specifically on the conditions?
I think we are, unless anybody has anything else to say.
What do we vote on? We vote on a set of conditions?
So first you would vote to approve the slate of conditions.
Okay.
And then we would move on to the decisions themselves.
Okay.
Okay. I think the bit of discussion would be the conditions as written.
Amended.
But
I have a specific motion that I will ask the board to use verbatim.
Sure. Well, I mean, just in plain language, the conditions as we have them set right now, is that sufficient? Because if not, do we need to change one?
That's to the board.
The thing we just spent an hour doing?
Yeah, I mean,
I hope so.
It's crazy that we have to vote the conditions. This feels redundant now. I feel like it's getting really late. I'm sorry, but I'm sort of feeling like
I'm good with the conditions. If that was your question, Chris, yes, I'm
No,
good.
that was I'm good with the conditions as well. I'm good without a couple of them, but the reason they're in there is to try to get more support for the thing overall. So that's what I wanted to clarify. So if these conditions, as they are right now, are sufficient for a yes, and if they aren't, what else is needed?
Well, so there is blasting proposed. I don't know. Do we have a condition relative to blasting?
Regarding what?
I think they have to, because it's just a big.
Well, we usually incorporate some kind of hours and coordination with the fire department and notifications.
Yeah, the construction.
Yeah. So all of that, the blasting requirements are incorporated into law already. That's through the fire department.
Awesome.
If you want to specifically regulate the hours of blasting to a more narrow window than what you have cited here, you can do so in the same condition. You could simply say blasting shall only occur between the hours of
10 a.m. or 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. or something.
Yep, between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. Monday through Friday.
You said 10 a.m. Sorry.
Yep, 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. Yep.
Monday through Friday. Yep. Except holidays. No, I was only kidding, I think.
It's already in there.
And it should be Monday through Friday. There you go.
Through Friday, not Fridays.
You're still making a lot fewer typos than I'd be making at this hour. Good job.
Okay, do you have your motion, Alex?
Yes, if there's nothing further, Madam Chairperson, you would seek a motion to approve the slate of conditions as amended and subject to non-substantive revisions by Special Land Use Council.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Rich, seconded by Chris Doughty. Any discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, my concerns are not really being mitigated by the conditions. I'm not sure that they can be at this point, so I'll just make that note that there are no conditions in my mind that can mitigate my concerns.
Okay.
At least that I've thought of, so.
Okay. There's a motion on the table. So as I see you, Rich Guzzardi.
Guzzardi, aye.
Chris Doughty.
Doughty, aye.
Cindy Markowitz.
Markowitz, aye.
And Werner, aye. Okay, now we need another motion or another vote.
Okay. So Madam Chairperson, this is framed in the form of an approval with conditions, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The motion, you would seek a motion to approve the decision with conditions subject to non-substantive revisions by Special Land Use Council, and further to authorize the chair to sign the decision on behalf of the board. So this is in a motion to approve with conditions.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Rich, seconded by Chris. As any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Chris Doughty.
Doughty, aye.
Rich Guzzardi.
Guzzardi, aye.
Cindy Markowitz.
Markowitz, no.
And Werner, aye. Okay. Is Wim Hutt still here? Yes, he is. Thank you for sticking it out with us today. Congratulations. Next order of business. What can we get away with not talking about this evening?
Madam Chairperson,
Much as possible.
So Madam Chairperson, I'm just going to tell you right now that I will be sending you an email with the department's holiday schedule, information on the annual report, as well as the draft annual town meeting target dates that I have prepared. And now because I've said that, I can send it to you and it's all good.
Okay, so that's your planner's report?
Yes.
Do we all get to see that, or is that just for the chair?
It's going to go to all of you.
Oh, okay.
Yes, to all of you.
You don't need me anymore, do you?
We have an enclave update. Can we
okay.
hear that from you right now? We'll take
Round
that.
out the hour.
Yeah. So,
Sure.
Sue, do you want to give your part first?
Okay, so last week when we were out on other site walks, I drove by the site. They have planted their replication areas, and they have worked over near the pump house and removed portions of the gravel road so that they have a riprap overflow. When I saw it, they were still in process of doing that. And they had removed the pavement that they were supposed to. And so they're making good progress on finishing up things for conservation. I have not heard anything else about addressing like the ADA concerns that we have for sidewalks. I think that's probably the biggest one that's outstanding. And I've had no communications regarding them resolving that.
No communication back to you, or
nothing from Toll about how they're going to address it. Basically, we told them right now we view it as being non-compliant, and that if they need to bring it up to compliance, there's some places where I think they've got to do a lot of regrading of a sidewalk to make it work. And I said, if you can't, then you have to get a variance or a waiver from the Architectural Access Board. And we left it at that. And I have not heard anything back from them on that aspect.
is there any way we can enforce this?
So, Madam Chairperson, I think this is a good opportunity for me to pick up the update. So myself and the town administrator met with the homeowners association last week. They expressed a variety of concerns that they had regarding the site. They have consulted their own independent services to do an evaluation of a variety of things, in some cases that are tied to the bond, others that are not tied to the bond. In meeting with them, hearing their concerns, they're going to provide to us all of the evidence that they have found as to various issues that might arise or things that might be inadequate. And then from there, I will be exhausting a portion of my department consulting budget to have Sue sit down with myself, the building commissioner, and the town administrator, so we can evaluate in depth the list, where they have brought on their own expertise as well. We want to give them the opportunity to provide that information to us to help us as we do our checks and balances and provide to you the variety of things once we pass the deadline for the deadline for site plan approval, as we provide back to you a list of any outstanding items or items that need either corrective action or revision.
Board members, any comments?
I had a question for Sue, I guess. Is the materials that are being stored up on the front end of the construction access road related to the wetland restoration? There's piles of material adjacent to the construction access road entrance. Is that related to the work that's being done down at the enclave for wetland restoration?
Initially, it was material that had been stockpiled down and moved up. When I looked at it the other day, it does not appear to be the same, or it appears bigger than it had been. So I don't know where that material's come from.
So you don't think it's related to the?
It does not appear to be that way, but I don't know for sure. So I think that's something that you may need to reach out to the Fentons and find. I think they view it as, my guess is, where that site is zoned commercially, that they're just storing it there. I know part of the material was used to fill in the large kettle hole on that property. And they filled it in so it was structural fill. But I don't know what the piles that are there are from.
So do we have, I'm concerned about the unsightliness of the site, and it's been that way for a very long time. I know it was determined that the site that particular site was not under our stormwater bylaw threshold. So I guess I'll ask the town planner and yourself if there's any recourse the town has to try and improve the look of that site, even if it's not being redeveloped at this time.
We'll put in a request with Toll Brothers that any material and machinery not being used, but within the original scope of the permit, please be removed from the site, in keeping with the conditions of the decision.
That front lot where it is, you're talking about over on Mass Ave by the Blue House, correct, Cindy?
Yes.
That is not owned by Toll Brothers. They have no control over that site. That was Jim Fenton, and I can't remember what the name of the LLC that owns it is. The only interaction with the Enclave project was the fact that they have an easement using that roadway, the construction roadway, to get access to their wells, and then it was for the original construction access, which has gone away with the replication area.
So does the town have any ability to try to improve the aesthetics of that site, given that it's been there for quite a long time and isn't consistent, I guess, with the wishes of the folks in town based on some of the letters we've received in the past?
So, like I said, we'll put in a request. We'll try and go through Toll and try and move this along. That's the best I can promise.
Okay, thank you.
Go through Toll? I thought this is a Jensen property.
Toll has a vested interest in actually getting this done and keeping things clean. I can't speak for Jim and his team, but where this is now a Toll project, I think they have more willingness and to help try and move this along.
even though the property in question is not part of the enclave project.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're talking about the right thing.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thank you.
With that, Sue, good night. Thank you for sticking with us.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody, and we'll see you next meeting.
Thank you,
Sounds
Sue.
good.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Madam Chairperson,
Yeah.
the only item that must be addressed tonight is the A&R. Your next meeting will be outside the board's statutory deadline to take action. Having reviewed the A&R plan, it does meet compliance with your subdivision rules and regulations, including the note on the plan that clearly defines that this is not an approval of the lots for zoning purposes and not an approval of any permitting type. This is simply endorsement of an approval not required plan. And so I would advise the board to endorse the A&R, or to authorize the chair to endorse the A&R on behalf of the board.
Thanks, Alec.
The project engineer was on the call earlier. I mean, do we want to hear from that person?
It's the next meeting is outside the deadline. They provided a written letter to the board stipulating just the simple terms of it. They did provide the minimum number and the required materials, as well as application fee and GIS fee, and the A&R plan and the cover sheet.
What is the plan? What are we actually?
An A&R refers to a plan that does not require approval of the board. Effectively, I describe it as a minimal subdivision of land. Effectively, in this case, they're just reorganizing lot lines between property under common ownership. Typically, this is done when they intend to sell in the future. They want to build, say, a single-family home or something to that effect. In this case, and to the engineer's credit, they were very thorough, even noting the stone walls on the plan, which is an important part, especially on Stowe Road. But in general, townwide, that's an important thing. Nonetheless, as I said, this A&R plan meets the criteria set forth in your subdivision rules and regulations, and it is not an endorsement of any proposed future use, any potential use, or the buildability of the site.
What do we actually? We're just endorsing this A&R plan. We're required to endorse the plan as essentially an acknowledgement that there's a subdivision of land happening.
Yes, that the proposed lots have the minimum frontage required, or that they have tagged anything without with the appropriate frontage lines.
Okay.
So I know we let Sue go, but usually she gives us an opinion on it. Did she write a letter or anything to this?
No, in the 3 years I've been here, I've never once sent her an A&R.
I thought we usually hear from her. Okay.
I looked at it. I mean, it looks like they're trying to. I mean, whatever they're doing, it looks like they're trying to get two conforming lots out of it. And today they're somehow less conforming. I couldn't, Yeah,
it was hard to tell what was wrong with or what was different.
From what I can see, one of the lots is currently lacking the frontage requirements by maybe a few linear feet there, but they were able to borrow from the next lot over.
I'm okay with it.
Sure. I mean, is our approval required in any way?
Madam Chairperson, you would seek a motion authorizing the chair to endorse the plans on behalf of the board.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Rich and seconded by Chris. Discussion.
And to answer your question, Chris, if the board fails to take action, then it's considered a constructive approval. And they can simply ask me to sign it because the board didn't take action.
We didn't object. Okay. Yeah, cause just the name felt ironic. Like, why do we need to discuss something that we don't need to approve?
Okay, any other conversation about this? Okay, I'm hearing none. Cindy Markowitz.
Markowitz, aye.
Rich Gazzardi.
Gazzardi, aye.
Chris Doughty.
Doughty, aye.
And Werner, aye. Okay, Alec, can we push the rest?
We can get out of here.
All right, terrific. Ooh, 12:03. Thank you all. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Ian, for being on the fly with all the writing this late. Have a great night, you guys.
Yeah,
Good night, guys.
Happy
Happy Thanksgiving.
Yep.
Motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn.
Oh,
Motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Thank you, Rich. Second.
Second.
Seconded by Cindy. Okay, roll call. Chris Doughty,
Doughty, aye.
Rich Gazzardi,
Sorry, aye.
Cindy Markowitz,
Markowitz, aye.
Werner, I. Thank you, Alec, once again.